Today, we'll go ahead and do a call to order at this time. Today is November 25th. The time is 9:01 a.m. and the Endangered Species Recovery Committee public meeting is called to order. My name is Jason Omick. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for the Division of Forestry and Wildlife, Department of Land and Natural Resources. I'll be today's ESRC public meeting chair. Please note this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. Please do not post comments on the Zoom chat as this is not visible to everyone in attendance. If you'd like to provide verbal testimony, you may do so via Zoom. If you'd like to provide written comments, please email to this email address, which is dofaw, DOFAW, .hcp@hawaii.gov. Meeting minutes and materials are viewable online at https://dlnr.hawaii.gov/wildlife/meeting-archives. With me in the conference room, I have DOFA HCP staff, and we'll start with introductions starting with Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. Kelly Yamaguchi, DOFA HCP staff.
Good morning, all. My name is Kinsley McKeecher, and I'm also a DOFA HCP associate.
Aloha kako, Jesse Adams, HCP staff.
Thank you all. State Deputy Attorney General Danica Swenson will be AG on staff for this meeting. And later in the afternoon, we will have Cindy Young, Deputy Attorney General. She'll be stepping in at that time. Should the ESRC need to go into executive session, our attorneys will be available for that. And we have a link in our Teams invite if we need to move into executive session. Next, ESRC community members, if you can introduce yourself.
I'm Melissa Price with UH.
I'm Lindsay Young, member at large.
And sorry, I think we're supposed to mention there's no one in the room with me, but my kids are off school this week, so it's possible that someone will come in and out.
And same here, no one in the room with me.
Kavika Winter, ESRC member in the Hawaiian seat. Nobody's in the room, but I'm in a place on campus where people may come in later.
Thank you.
It's USGS, and there's no one in the room with me.
Thank you all. Sorry about not noting that. Please remember also just to leave your cameras on during the ESRC discussion. Thank you again for the ESRC members being here today. So we have, for the order of business today, we have 2 items on the agenda today. Item 2 will be revisions to the published draft Habitat Conservation Plan for Kaheawa Wind Power I. A late DOFA staff submittal was just distributed via email to the committee members and posted on the ESRC website for the public. So you guys can make sure that you check your email and download that submittal so you can have the information that we'd like you to be able to preview this morning.
When was that sent, Jason?
That was sent probably about 15 minutes ago, maybe.
No, 30 seconds.
Oh, just recently. Okay, so just within the last minute.
Okay. Thanks.
If you guys have anyone can't find that in your email, just let me know and we'll make sure we send it one more time. So we'll go ahead and start with item 2 today, which is the revisions to the public draft Habitat Conservation Plan for Kaheawa Wind Power I. Let's see. Yeah, revisions to the published draft. First, we'll have our DOFA HCP team. They'll provide an update on the outstanding concerns regarding the draft HCP, and then we'll move on to the applicant at that point. So, DOFA HCP.
Sorry, Jason, I'm a little bit lost on the last thing that came in. I opened up the email and there's a link. The link just takes us to the main page. Is that where I'm supposed to be?
There should be an attachment in your email. PDF.
There's there's not an attachment to the email that was sent at 9:05.
Sorry, Kavika, the first email did not have the attachment, and there was a subsequent email that attached the submittal just sent now. But that link for our webpage, it should be listed there as the staff submittal as well.
Okay, I see it. And there's a second email sent at 9:06. It does have the attachment, so we'll download that.
My
Thank you.
apologies, sorry about that.
We usually try to get you the submittal well before the meeting. We had some review for the submittal and yeah, sorry for the late submission of that.
Okay, I'm
got it
gonna
now.
go ahead and
Okay.
share my screen. Is anyone able to help me? Because it's not. Apologies, we're having technical difficulties. We will need an additional minute just to resolve this. Thank you. Sorry about that. Apologies, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Can everyone see the presentation? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, this is a brief presentation and the submittal. It basically focuses on the issues and concerns in the submittal as well as the recommendations. And like Jason said, we apologize about the submittal being delayed. We received the revised track change version of the HCP last Tuesday from KWP. So it was a short turnaround time to get this submittal produced and signed by our administrator. But we just wanted to highlight a few of the outstanding concerns regarding the revised draft that are still, I think, need to be addressed, or DOFA feels that they still need to be addressed. So regarding Apeapea, right now, KWP1 is proposing a 6.5 meter per second curtailment for only the months of September and October. And I know that KWP spoke to running some stats and doing a comparison for a blanket curtailment all year round versus just curtailing in September and October. And there was a 1 point something loss of bats if only curtailing for those 2 months. And so that would round up to 2 additional bats that could be avoided the take. So I think that DOFA recommends at this point that a blanket curtailment is of 6.5 meters per second is executed for KWP1 for year round. Fatalities have shown throughout the years at the site that, yeah, they occur year round, not just in September and October. And so with that data, you know, the consequences could mean that fatalities could occur throughout these other months. If KWP1 does not want to do a blanket curtailment, because this can result in significant reduction in their energy production, then they need to, or excuse me, DOFA recommends that they implement a smart curtailment immediately upon initiation of the incidental take license. And I believe Molly will speak to smart curtailment today, but essentially a smart curtailment is using acoustics or thermal monitoring to help develop a more species-specific, activity-based curtailment that would involve maybe raising the cut-in speed according to the activity of the bats, and so raising that during the peak hours of an evening throughout the year. So there's a lot of factors.
Kinsley, sorry,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about right now. These are
Okay.
DOFA's outstanding concerns in light of the current submittal we're looking at that was just sent to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yep. And they should be also outlined in the current submittal. I'm just kind of giving you a brief overview since the submittal was late.
So we haven't seen the revised plan, right, from the applicant? We're just seeing, so DOFA's seen the revised plan, and then these are your concerns based on the revised plan?
Correct. So currently the only draft that we have of the revised plan is in a track change. So that's why it was not posted and disseminated publicly to the ESRC and on our website. But with that, we've been able to review it, and so that's why we're presenting on these outstanding concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helpful? Sorry. So essentially, DOFA is recommending, you know, if KWP does not want to curtail at this 6.5 for the year round, immediately implementing smart curtailment. And like I mentioned, Molly will speak more to smart curtailment. Currently, KWP1 is proposing it as an adaptive management. We feel like that should be implemented upon ITL issuance. Another concern regarding Opeapea was that the mitigation project on Maui was not detailed in location and actions in the updated revised HCP. And so that is something DOFA wants to see. Failure to do so could result in the species being taken before the corresponding mitigation measures are implemented. This has happened, you know, consistently with other mitigation plans that were not completely executed and developed in the HCPs and upon ITL issuance. And even if ESRC is an approving body for this mitigation plan, it can take, you know, a year plus for the ESRC to review that. So it would be most ideal if these details could start to be delineated and included in the HCP now, so that the ESRC can review these details prior to the ITL issuance, and the agency as well. Moving on to Hawaiian petrel, Oahu. So the mitigation for Oahu is proposed currently on Lanai, not on the island of impact, which has been feedback that the ESRC and public have been giving DOFA, that this mitigation needs to occur for the population of Oahu that is based on the island of Maui and based in this Ma'alaia area where KWP1 is located. So recently, DOFA was able to secure kind of a provisionary agreement to do mitigation at the Alpine Wildlife Sanctuary. But this is something that needs to be, you know, discussed further with the applicant. Essentially, yeah, this is something that needs to be more developed. Well, we have the plan and we have the proposal, but KWP would need to, you know, agree to this and include it in their revised HCP.
I have a brief question on that. Lanai is currently doing a lot of or Hawaiian petrol management already? Would this be over and above what they're already doing, or it would be essentially funding and counting the existing management towards this HCP?
So the mitigation, KWP1 is proposing, they'll speak to it today, but yes, it is with Pulama Lanai for an existing site on Lanai Hale.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay, I think that was one of the concerns expressed, is that it's really challenging to distinguish where the benefit is coming from the mitigation funds versus the work that's already being done.
And lastly, for the Assimilans yellowface bee, so currently we all have discussed that there's been no survey that can occur because it's not the season for doing these nesting surveys for this species. And so in order to effectively measure and identify nests and the full range of foraging locations at the site, entomologists need to do the surveys during the springtime when the bees are active and not in their dormancy period like they currently are. So currently, with that being said, the full range of impacts and potential take is difficult to identify and assess at this point. And another concern along with this is that an avoidance mechanism, which is a potential avoidance mechanism, being that turbine strike research has been removed from the draft HCP. And this is something that entomologists feel like should be included because it could be a potential method of take. It's unknown at this point. There's not evidence either way, but especially coupled with the fact that the surveys have not occurred, we want to be conservative and act accordingly to protect this species and avoid and minimize any potential take that could occur and any method of take. And so finally, also regarding the mitigation for the Assimilans yellowface bees, KWP1 has not yet completed a consultation with the entomologists regarding the budget and the mitigation actions. They've started talks and discussions regarding potential mitigation actions and done a site visit with entomologists, but this needs to be further developed in tandem with these species experts who really know what can help offset and create a net benefit for this species. So essentially, just to kind of echo those concerns in a recommendation form, currently DOFA is recommending that KWP1 implement 6.5 meter per second year-round cut-in speed, or just automatically engage in a smart curtailment to help minimize take to the fullest extent practicable. Regarding Oahu, DOFA is proposing alpine wildlife sanctuary mitigation and wants to, this is essentially a site in which KWP1 can do predator control, fence maintenance, and burrow monitoring until they achieve the necessary adult survival and fledgling credits that would be able to provide net benefit for their take. And then this would also entail ongoing management at the site to ensure that the birds that they produced and that they're increasing the survival for would be continually managed for the life of the license. And then regarding Assimilans yellowface bee, just to echo, the entomologists and their species knowledge, this turbine strike research should occur to reduce any potential take that might be happening that we are unaware of at the site. And furthermore, a mitigation package and budget should continue to be developed with the entomologists. Finally, DOFA recommends that KWP look at this search area, and I think Molly will speak to this today, kind of about their developments regarding the search area. But even if the search area is not expanded, DOFA would like to see the discovery rate parameter updated to reflect, the current parameters at the site and be utilized to calculate cumulative take over the license term. So this could entail comparing their current fatality model assumptions to ballistics models that I think KWP has already started to review and hopefully can address that or maybe speak to that today. So like I mentioned, this just kind of echoes and summarizes our issues and concerns that are outlined in the submittal, as well as the agency recommendations. Right now, today, the purpose of this meeting is to have ESRC discussion regarding these revisions and these outstanding concerns, and essentially make any further recommendations prior to KWP revising the HCP and posting in early December, with the intention that KWP would seek a vote on December 18th from the ESRC regarding recommendation for approval for this ITL HCP. So I just want to set the stage for what I guess today's meeting is going to entail, and I think Molly will be presenting next, and if you want to utilize the submittal to kind of follow along, but DOFA kind of outlines the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures throughout the submittal as well.
Do you think we should maybe provide, we have a recommendation slide already from the previous meeting from ESRC comments?
I think Molly will touch on that. That's already been implemented, and then yeah, I think, or would that be helpful? Would that, like, I think there was just 2 comments, and the comment was pursue mitigation on Maui, and then also implement informed density weighted proportion according to the wind direction at the search area.
Okay, I just wanted to remind folks of, their previous recommendations, so they have that in their head. Okay, thank you, Kinsley. I guess it's Molly, you're up.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kinsley. And Jason, let me.
Do you want to
I'll just
introduce?
Yeah, I'm gonna just introduce. Sorry, Molly. So currently, Molly Stevenson's here. She's the applicant. She'll present on the revisions that they have made since the draft was published in the environmental notice on August 8th. Molly Stevenson from KWP, Kaheawa Wind Power I, and Troy Ramig from Tetra Tech are here to present on KWP1's behalf. There's a little bit better of an introduction for you, Molly. Sorry, thank you.
Oh, and my apologies. Jenny Taylor is also here from Tetra Tech on KWP1's behalf. So thank you, Molly, Troy, and Jenny.
Thank you, guys. And you stole my script for my first slide. So, and I apologize. I'm getting over, I think, bronchitis. So I'm going to do my best to make it through this. So yeah, we're it's great to see all of you again, and we're excited to give you all a more in-depth update on the edits we've been making to the HCP. I will skip my own introduction since Jason did it so well. So this slide is going to look really similar to what we showed back in October, just highlighting some of the key dates from the last couple of months, with today's meeting in bold on the left. We gave you guys a brief update back in October, but not all the members were available, and we were still working through the details of our edits. So today is going to be a much more in-depth dive. Our final EIS was published in the environmental notice on Sunday of this week, and it'll be going before the BLNR for a vote on December 12th. If it's accepted, we'll be back before you all on December 18th for a vote on whether or not you recommend the HCP for approval. And if you vote to recommend it for approval, we'd be going before the BLNR on January 9th, prior to our current permit expiration. So one overall edit I just want to touch on briefly before we go into more details is that we did edit the term of the HCP from 23.5 years to 25 years to align with the land lease. This did not change our requested take for any species because we would still only be operating for 20.5 years and our limits of disturbance would remain the same. It's just giving a longer time period for decommissioning and restoration at the end of the new PPA. We're not going to spend any time on Nene today because we haven't proposed any substantive edits for that species and did not get much public comment on that species. But we will dive into some of the details for the Asimulon's yellow-faced bee, the Opeapea, touch on seabirds and the Oahu mitigation site, and then discuss post-construction monitoring and our plot size and density weighted proportion, or DWP. We're going to try to go through this by topic, but my understanding is that some members may need to leave starting at like 12:30. So we might end up jumping around to be able to get to specific subjects of interest if it's taking longer. So a simulant's yellow-faced bee is probably our largest topic for discussion today. Kinsley kind of touched on this, but if you recall, we didn't find out about the presence of this species at the site until April of this year, which was after the survey window for the species. So we have updates today for you on our take estimation and proposed mitigation for the species, but we're also continuing to work with DOFA and their entomologists. So just as a reminder, because the yellow-faced bee is small and mobile, we're proposing to use habitat as a surrogate for take. Habitat's a limiting factor for the species, and the habitat extent and quality is therefore a meaningful metric. We're able to monitor it, and we can also use acres of habitat for mitigation to directly link our take and offsets. And here we just have some photos of Elema, which is the main foraging plant for the species, and then some of the marked nests that are adjacent to the wind farm are shown by those little silver tree markers. So this slide is essentially a repeat from October. We've been able to greatly reduce our potential impacts to the yellow-faced bee by committing to the use of craneless technology or nacelle-mounted cranes. And as we've gotten more details from our construction contractors. So on this screenshot that I'm showing here, the solid blue line is the updated limits of disturbance, and the solid green fill is showing what had previously been included in our 23.2 acre estimate. So our contractors have been able to confirm that the existing roads are adequate for the equipment, and we've been able to narrow in on areas of potential grading on the pads. So this image also shows a good example of the old crane walks, which is this green kind of road looking thing on the right-hand side, which won't be necessary for the smaller cranes and the nacelle mounted crane technology that we'll be using moving forward. So we've gone from 23.2 acres to under 5 acres for our take request. And here's just some photos of the nacelle mounted crane on the left. They're brought up in semi-trucks, and then they're able to be assembled from the existing roads and pads. And then on the right, we have an updated map showing potential impacts to yellow-faced bees in the yellow hashed areas. The final HCP includes a figure like what you're seeing here on the right, but for the whole project area and all 20 turbines. And I think we average like less than 1/4 of an acre per turbine for impacts. For yellow-faced bee mitigation, we're proposing to conduct this within the project area, and we made a site visit with the entomologists in September where we discussed that ironwood encroachment may be the biggest threat to the nesting congregation near the wind farm. So for this is actually just a repeat of that. So we're proposing 10 acres adjacent to the largest known nesting congregation, and this is kind of a photo of some of that area. So this slide shows a map of the proposed area, which is directly adjacent to the known nesting congregation. We're proposing to have DOFA conduct surveys within this area this winter and then remove and control ironwood for the life of the project from this 10-acre parcel, which is a 2-to-1 mitigation ratio for the requested take of 5 acres. And it's also an area that's closest to the known nesting area. And then we would be monitoring it for stable or increasing use, either via nest burrows or foraging, depending on the baseline survey results. And that is the last slide I have on yellow-faced bees. So I guess I'll open it up maybe to DOFA as to whether you guys want me to pause so we can have a discussion on yellow-faced bees, or whether you want me to make it through the whole presentation.
I think it would probably be good to just continue through. ESRC members, if you guys have any concerns with that, we have you guys have your submittal in front of you, but are you okay with Molly continuing with her presentation? Then we can ask, have our comments come in afterwards.
Yep, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I'll continue on then. So for Opeapea mitigation, the main comments we received on this were related to the location of the mitigation compared to the location of the take. So we've updated the HCP so that instead of all mitigation occurring on Molokai or Lanai, we'll start with a project on Molokai and continue to search for parcels on Maui based on public comment. Of our overall proposed mitigation of around 1,600 acres, we're proposing around half of that to start on Molokai, which would begin upon permit issuance. We've been having some discussions with Hawaii Land Trust about 2 parcels they have, one in East Maui and one in West Maui, which total 277 acres. And then we're actively searching for another 381 acres on Maui. We do still think that mitigation on Molokai will benefit the species and potentially benefit the same population that we're impacting. So this just has some of the citations that have been added to the HCP, illustrating that the species is thought to potentially migrate between islands. They're known to document, they're known and documented to forage over the open ocean, and they migrate between Kaho'olawe and Maui, as well as potentially Lanai on a nightly basis. Molokai is even closer to Maui than Lanai, and both islands are within the known foraging distance of the species. The related mainland hoary bat has been observed around 30 miles offshore and use the islands up to 20 miles offshore for their stopovers in their migrations. And then regardless, we will also continue to pursue additional mitigation projects on Maui for the remaining offsets so that some of the mitigation is occurring on Maui. So this is a quick map that you'll also see in the final HCP, and it identifies the 819 acres we've chosen to focus our mitigation actions on Molokai. And it's broken up into 5 management units based on the various actions we're proposing to conduct in each. A quick overview of the management actions we're proposing include thinning of thick stands of Formosa koa to allow movements by bats within these areas, thinning of thick understory around known roost trees such as mangoes in the gulches, removal of any barbed wire within the management units, installation of ungulate-proof fencing around 2 of the management units, and outplantings of shrubs known to host Lepidoptera and known roost tree species. So for outplantings, we've identified several known host plants for Lepidoptera based on a study from Forest Birds on Big Island, I believe. But we'll also continue to work with USGS as they're working on publishing a paper about this specific to bats. So this list should grow over time. And then we'll continue working with the landowner to pick plants that will work well in the environment there and with the other land uses. So just quickly going through each management unit, the first is 216 acres and was previously pasture that's now been inundated with dense stands of Formosa koa. There's also gulches of mature trees of species known as roosts, such as mango, but the dense understory around them likely makes access for the bats difficult. In this management unit, we'd be thinning the Formosa koa and outplanting understory shrubs to attract Lepidoptera. And the photo here shows kind of an example of some of the thick Formosa koa. The second management unit is 180 acres and contains gulches with those mature potential roosts. So again, we'd be thinning the understory around those to allow access and outplanting shrubs to attract Lepidoptera. The third and fourth management units we've lumped together because the actions are similar. These 2 units total 143 acres and are currently pasture surrounded by barbed wire fencing. We'd be replacing that fencing with an ungulate-proof fence to exclude axis deer from the pasture. And then we'd outplant 1 to 2 trees per acre of known roost trees, along with a potential windbreak along the Makai side of the unit. The last unit is 280 acres of gulches with mature potential roosts, where we'd be thinning around the potential roost trees and again outplanting shrubs to attract Lepidoptera. And this timeline is in the final HCP, so I won't spend a lot of time on it today, simply wanting to indicate that this is a project where we could begin some management actions right away in 2026 so that our mitigation is beginning concurrent with permit issuance. And our success criteria for the bat mitigation will be an increase in one or more metrics of bat use, such as the detection rate, bat use in the breeding season, bat use close to sunset, indicative of nearby roosting, and or an increase in feeding buzzes, indicative of increased foraging. We'll also be monitoring vegetation to confirm decreased density of Formosa koa, increased accessibility of roost trees, survival of outplantings, and then insect monitoring for prey species. For adaptive management, if we haven't hit those success criteria by year 5 of the mitigation plan, we'd be implementing adaptive management to pinpoint whether the trend is site-wide or specific to certain management units. We would conduct a second year of acoustic monitoring to confirm the trend, and then we'd be looking at that results of the vegetation monitoring and the insect monitoring to look at correlation with the bat activity and inform the correct adaptive management approach or approaches, which could include things like installing water features, supplemental outplantings, or additional vegetation thinning. So just in summary, we would start our initial mitigation project on Molokai this coming year while we simultaneously continue to work with organizations on Maui and coordinate with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service to identify additional mitigation sites for the remaining 740 acres of mitigation needs. I only included the first 10 years on this timeline due to space, but I really just wanted to emphasize that our search for additional mitigation options on Maui would continue immediately upon permit issuance. I went out with Hawaii Land Trust to one of the potential sites in October, and we'll be continuing to coordinate with them to get out to the other site and to start discussing potential actions. So moving on to minimization for the Opeapea, the main comment we received on this subject had to do with implementing smart curtailment and then looking at higher cut-in speeds such as 6.5 meters per second. So quickly, a look back at the history of low wind speed curtailment at KWP. KWP began operations in fiscal year 2007, and we implemented 5.5 meter per second low wind speed curtailment in FY 2015. So you can see here that that kind of helped flatten the curve of bat take at the project. And we had this discussion in the draft HCP, but essentially prior to low wind speed curtailment, we had a fatality rate of 1.8 bats per year compared to 1.05 bats per year since implementing 5.5 meter per second low wind speed curtailment. This change was not statistically significant, so we haven't altered the row value in our statistics, which is an element of the evidence of absence program that allows you to alter the risk profile at a project when looking at multiple years of data, but it is a difference. So the low wind speed curtailment that I just discussed would be considered blanket curtailment. So we implement 5.5 meters per second from sunset to sunrise from February 15th through December 15th every year. And smart curtailment, which Kinsley touched on earlier, is the idea of curtailing during the periods of highest risk. The idea being that bats are only at risk when they're present at a site. So we compiled our acoustic bat data from 2019 through 2024 from both KWP1 and KWP2. And we had Stantec Consulting pair that data with our SCADA data to look at the seasonality of bat activity as well as the wind speeds at which bat activity was occurring. So on the left here is the graph that you see in each year in our annual report, which shows the seasonal trends in bat activity going back to 2014. And then the pie chart on the right is simply breaking this down for 2019 through 2024 by month. What I want to highlight here is that 50% of our activity is occurring during September and October. So here's that monthly pie chart again, but then also a chart showing that the wind speeds that bat activity is occurring at. So our current approach at 5.5 meters per second is already avoiding approximately 71% of bat activity. That is to say that 71% of bat activity is occurring at wind speeds at or below 5.5 meters per second. Raising that up to 6.5 meters per second avoids an additional 4% of bat activity if implemented year-round. However, the idea of smart curtailment is that we should target this increase to times when it will be most effective, which we'll discuss more on the next slide. So raising the cut-in speed to 6.5 meters per second as a blanket strategy, like I said, would avoid 4% additional bat activity. At our current projected rate of 1.7 bats per year, that rounds to about 1 bat over the permit term. However, this would add an additional 268.5 tons of carbon per year compared to our current strategy, assuming that the energy would come from fossil fuels instead. So it really diminishes the amount of renewable energy the facility is providing to Maui. If we instead look at a 6.5 meters per second smart curtailment approach, where we leave the current 5.5 meter per second strategy in place, but then we raise the cut-in speed during September and October when 50% of the activity is occurring, we still avoid an additional 2% of bat activity, which also rounds to about 1 bat over the permit term. However, it only adds 62 tons of carbon to the environment, making it roughly 4 times more efficient than blanket curtailment while still minimizing risk to the Opeapea. Regardless, we're not requesting a change in our take request of 38 bats since the reduction is too small to be able to test with post-construction monitoring data. So moving on to seabirds, we have 2 items to discuss based on public comment. The first is minimization measures for all 3 seabird species, and the second is specific to Oahu mitigation location.
Molly, sorry to interrupt, but
oh yeah, go ahead.
A few of us have bat questions. You want us to save them all to the end or take them per section?
I am happy to do whatever you guys think is most efficient.
If you guys have bat questions right now, we can provide comments and questions at this time before she goes into seabirds.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. I just wanted to note that there's many statistics you could choose to put on this slide. We all care about fighting climate change. We all care about not producing carbon. But the thing that we're asked to consider here is the impact to an endangered species. And so you could have put cost savings for the company. You could have put number of bat, pups that will be birthed. There's many statistics you could choose on this slide. And by putting tons of carbon added to the environment, it's trying to provide a particular influence and remind us of the purpose of it, which is great, but it's not the purpose of this committee. So I'd kindly request that we keep it to the endangered species impacts and the things that are relevant to our decision-making here.
And I have some questions about some of the strategies you're going to employ on Molokai. I was wondering if you could go back to the slide with all the plants that are Lepidoptera hosts. Thank you. Okay, so outplanting is one thing, but survivorship is what really counts. So you could outplant 2,000 plants, and if 2020 survive, you shouldn't be able to say you've done your job. So how are you folks speaking to survivorship?
Yeah, great question. So we haven't figured out, the density or anything of the outplantings yet, but we do have outplanting survival as one of our success criteria. Maybe that's, where is that here? Survivorship of outplantings. And so that would be something we'd have to determine. I think it would probably depend on the species, the density at which we planted them, and the location in terms of what the target survivorship would be.
Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. I think we do need to hone in on those numbers though, if I'm going to be comfortable with voting in favor of something. Did somebody else have a comment?
Oh, I was just, sorry, yeah, quickly, Troy Ramick with Tetra. I was just going to note that the kind of follow on there is that, if we were doing monitoring and not reaching our outplanting thresholds or whatever the success criteria are, there would be supplemental outplanting to keep it above a certain threshold over the course of the permit. So, but yeah, good point, Kavika.
Yeah, is that all articulated already, or you need to work on that still and putting it in there?
I think the success criteria is in the draft of the HCP now. The specific numbers, as Molly was mentioning, is not in there and would be probably species specific. But that's something we could certainly figure out between now and the maybe the final.
Okay. And then yeah, on this slide, is there current monitoring so we have some idea of population to compare to?
We have a really low level of monitoring happening right now. We have 4 acoustic detectors out. We would be proposing to do some baseline monitoring during 2026 to have, fixed locations that we would then monitor again for in year 5.
So are you proposing a full year of baseline monitoring before any outplanting?
It would probably be a year before we did any outplanting because the ranch would like to propagate the plants themselves on site from local stock. And yeah, we would want that year of baseline monitoring within the actual management units that we're now proposing. But the barbed wire fence removal and replacement and some of the Formosa koa thinning we have proposed to start in 2026.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that they're planning to use local stock because gene pool integrity is important when we get to native plants like this. So I hope that this is a part. I'd like to see that part written in there. What is and so there's ongoing minimal monitoring. So what is that showing so far?
It has shown we have bat activity at all detectors. We have not gone into the time of night or feeding buzzes, that analysis yet.
How many monitors do you have out?
4.
How far apart are they?
They are, and I think they're
I'm just wondering if it's
on
4
this
monitors
map.
catching the same bat.
No, I don't think so. There's one, sorry, it's really hard to see on this map. There's one up here. I don't have the exact distance of how far away this number 6 is and number 8. And then our third monitor is actually off this map to the left or west.
Okay, and all of them have picked up bat activity?
Correct.
Okay, that's a good sign. Okay, those are all my bat questions. Thank you.
I was just curious, sorry for a dumb question, but I'm curious, is there a difference between trees that tend to be used by roosting pregnant or pupping bats versus the rest of the bat population? Like what I'm trying to get at here is I'm always trying to look toward what we're doing to actually increase survival and reproduction and not just provide feeding spaces. And so is there any way to know, if your focus is on the outplanting of plants, is there data on things that might better support reproduction and survival, like that particular life phase? And does that weight at all in how you choose what to restore?
That's a great question. I know that, we're focusing on these low elevation sites below 1,000 meters because that's where we know the roosting bats are during the pupping season. I would have to look back at the literature, and I don't know if Troy or Jenny remember off the top of their heads whether the tree species has differed between males and females for pupping season and non-pupping season.
Yeah, and Karen may be able to weigh in on this too. I mean, I think I'll just say the little we know about bat roosting. I think every paper we kind of learn a little bit as we go. I would say generally speaking, we kind of assume if it's a tree where roosting has been documented that it maybe could be used for either. But that's an example of, I think, the kind of the next layer of understanding that we'll probably get with the species as we go forward. And then I would note that I think one of the opportunities at this location, which is maybe a little different than what we've seen at other mitigation sites recently, is that we are going to be outplanting and trying to grow trees that are eventually going to be potential roost trees. There are some existing mature trees in some of these locations, especially in the kind of the pink, or I guess it's management unit 1, 2, and 5, where there are some, mature trees, species that have, where roosting has been documented, in other locations. But there's just, it's a pretty dense forest around those locations. And so there's some opportunities, I think, to go in and do some targeted clearing and thinning in those locations to kind of enhance potential roost locations. And again, we'll have to just see how that plays out and if it works, but it's not the kind of thing we have to wait for 5 or 10 or 15 years to see if it works. So.
Thank you. And I see that Michael has his hand raised. I don't know if you had an answer to that, but I'll maybe briefly just follow up on that to say that I know that over the last maybe 5, 6, 7 years, we've shifted from thinking about research as mitigation to saying, okay, we've really got to be doing stuff on the ground given the crashing numbers, particularly on Oahu and some of the other islands where the numbers are extremely low. But I think each time we review one of these, it highlights how little we know about the species, which means we know very little about the difference that these mitigation actions are actually making for the species. And so I'm just going to continue to try to look for creative ways to gain a better understanding of that relationship between the actions we do and the outcomes we're getting. We've got to do better. And so if we can build in some data collection in the HCP that it shows and demonstrates that the actions that you're taking are working, it'll help us to do better in future HCPs. And so I'd really like the team to think deeply about how could we measure, if folks are just darn set on doing habitat restoration as mitigation and not things that we can, there's no great proof that it's actually improving survival and reproduction. It's just increasing buzzes. But we've got to build in some data collection that helps us get at that information so we can do better in the future. So I'd love to hear ideas.
Yeah, maybe I'll, oops, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Troy.
I was gonna, yeah, sorry. I was gonna just maybe start on that, and others can jump in if they want. But I think it's a great point, Melissa, and I know we've had lots of discussions about this over the last couple of years. I think that, again, this site is a little different from some of the other mitigation projects that we've all been implementing over the last few years. It does offer us, I think, some opportunities to look a little more deeply at some of those questions sooner, and then also, this is going to be like a long-term 20-year at least project, right? And so we also have the opportunity here to sort of like learn as we go and adapt based on what we're learning, and instead of having a sort of a short-term mitigation commitment, which is what some of the other more recent projects have been. So I'm actually, kind of pretty excited about the opportunities here in some of these areas, especially where there's some existing habitat that I think can be enhanced in ways that we might, we would expect to see a species response. And then we'll have enough time in the plan, to kind of continue with follow-up monitoring, to really dial in and determine, like, are we creating, roosting opportunities, during the maternity season or not, or is it something else? Which still isn't quite answering the question, like, how many bats are we producing, but at least it's, like, are we affecting the species during the critical time of year when we need them to be benefiting from the actions. So
yeah,
I see lots of hands up. Yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate you going to the comment about providing roost sites for maternal bats, but I would highlight that that still doesn't answer the question of whether we're increasing the success of survival and reproduction. Sorry, I know you know this. I'm just saying it out loud for the record, because you could create roost sites that are perfect spots for a cat to grab a bat. You know what I mean? So, like, we've got to get to that metric of, are we actually making up for the losses? And that's what I think we're not proving yet. I don't know if Michael had a comment briefly about which species are for bat roosting, and if so, that would be a follow-up. And then I know Karen's hand was up and Kavika's hand is up.
We can go ahead and open up to Michael, public comment real quick, and then we go back to the ESRC.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Michael Whitby. I'm the director of the Bats and Wind Energy Program at Bat Conservation International, and I just wanted to address Melissa's question about survival and reproduction. Unfortunately, there is no known link between habitat restoration and survival and reproduction for any bat species. besides cave hibernating bats where you prevent mortality in a cave. And so while generally habitat restoration to native conditions is not a bad thing and is very, commendable, there is no known link that it will increase survival or reproduction of a bat species. And that's why minimization is so important from the get-go.
Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Just to address the maternity roost tree question. So there is the paper, I think it's included, you guys have it cited, I think in the earlier version of HCP, the Montoya Iona 2023 paper has all of the roost tree species that we found and has them marked which ones were maternity roosts, and they, it's a bit of a range of species, and they are, it's the outplanting for like a maternity roost, the time scale for that is really long, right? Like these are not like, like we had a maternity roost in a large old ohia that probably it's probably 100-year-old tree, right? So it's like I think the focus on protecting existing potential maternity roost trees is an important focus in there, right? Versus like the outplanting would be for, potential forage species, like you have in there for Lepidoptera species. But there is, like, we do have the list of species out that we were able to find maternity roosts in. So that's in the literature. And includes native and non-native trees.
What are some of the characteristics though?
Of the maternity roost trees?
Yes.
So, I mean, there's, there tend to be these larger, larger breast diameter breast height trees with with larger coverage and canopies, and, the maternity roost trees that have been used in multiple years have those characteristics. But there were maternity roosts in like an African tulip. So
okay, well, that's good to know.
Which is pretty different than an old growth lychee tree. But yeah.
Wait. So did you say big trees or breast height trees?
But I mean, both that, like the diameter at breast height's quite large. In trees.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe to get to what Melissa is saying, I'm wondering if the applicant could identify potential maternal roosting trees in the site, and then they could do what's that kind of monitoring that they were doing in Hilo? I think it was the electric company. They do like a infrared scope up into the canopy, and you can find how many bats are in there. So if we could do
thermal imaging.
Yeah, yeah, thermal imaging. If they could do thermal imaging monitoring of potential roost trees, and we'll see if that goes up over time.
I mean, I would the thermal imaging. I mean, we did. There's a data release available that has it has an extended abstract with it. So we did do looking at the search for efficacy with thermal imaging, and I think it's not that it doesn't have any value, but it is, it's a bit of a needle in a haystack if you're just searching with thermal, broadly.
Yeah, so that's why but I'm not talking needle in a haystack approach. I'm saying if you could identify trees that have the characteristics of being maternal roost trees and you monitor those over time and see if those goes up, wouldn't that be a little bit different methodology, but using the same technology in a more focused way?
Yeah, Kabika, if I could jump in there. Yeah, so what we are thinking about there is, I mentioned, in at least 3 of the management units, a lot of it is, overgrown with a lot of really thick Formosa and other things, but there are these sort of like legacy large trees of species that have known to be used, by bats. And there are opportunities there, like I said, to go in and kind of like manage around those trees to reduce the kind of the forest density around those trees to provide access to what could be a roost tree. And so what the sequence of events there would be, basically we would be doing baseline monitoring with acoustic detectors to see like what's happening there now. We would do the management, and we would continue with the acoustic detectors to see if, we're getting any change in acoustic behavior, as Molly was mentioning. But then there would be the opportunity to follow up in a targeted way with something like thermal or maybe some other technology if it comes available. If we get a change in acoustic activity and there's a lot of activity and we're like, oh, something's going on here that wasn't happening before, then that would be the time to follow up with like a thermal monitoring to see what we could detect at that location. So that's kind of the sequence that we were envisioning. And I don't know, Karen, if that tracks with kind of what you were thinking, but
Yeah, I think the use of thermal for detection, yeah, it's
like
you
confirmation.
need to be
Yeah.
pretty targeted, yeah.
But if you're doing baseline acoustic, it seemed like we need baseline thermal monitoring to tell if you're actually doing anything.
Are you referring to like thermal cameras like out all night, or like what the power companies are doing and what we've done like is like a handheld thermal to like scan around a tree, like basically branch by branch around a tree. Is that
I'm not familiar with the methodology. I was just imagining if we're gonna, to get to Melissa's point, we're trying to figure out, are we actually making more bats with habitat restoration? And as Michael said, as far as we can tell, no. And so we as ESRC need to know, are we going to keep supporting this thing that might not even be making more bats when, there's continues to be a lot of take of these bats. So it's a really important part of knowing if this is actually mitigation or if it's just mitigation money being spent on native forests.
Yeah, the other thing I'll throw out there, I guess, real quick, go back, maybe Karen, for 1 second. I guess what I was envisioning when I mentioned use of thermal, I was envisioning that, setting up a stationary thermal camera on a location where we think something is happening and having it, run for a period of time. You could always follow up with the handheld. I know there's, that's can be somewhat hit and miss, but that could be a subsequent situation. But the other thing I wanted to point out about the habitat restoration, and I totally agree, appreciate, Michael, your comments on that, and Melissa, your kind of ongoing concerns about that. I think the other thing that in Hawaii that is a little bit unique is that we're also, we're managing to make the habitat better. We're also almost always trying to prevent degradation of habitat, because things change so quickly. And when, Molly and I were out on Molokai earlier this year, in some of those locations, just talking to the ranch and the people there about like how quickly some of those areas have changed. And if you can even look back at like historic air photos on Google Earth and see areas that, not that long ago were in a certain condition and now are like overrun by Formosa koa. So I think we have the opportunity to kind of create a habitat situation that we think is going to be, favorable to bats or better for bats, and also to maintain that for a long period of time, which we still have, it's still impossible to then say, oh, we're going to make this many bats over that period of time. But at least I think we know we're supporting an existing population and hopefully, creating an environment where we're, they have habitat to move around and it serves all of their kind of like natural history needs. If we can demonstrate that we're increasing food in the location, then we, by extension, would hope that we are, increasing their fitness to a point that they're actually reproducing more. Now that last part is a leap of faith, no doubt about it. But I think that's kind of where we are in it.
Troy, I just had a question. I just want to make sure I understand the monitoring process. So you're thinking that some of the larger trees that you may see in the area that could be possible bat roosts, you will put a detector in the area there while you're doing management around it to see if anything changes in that roost tree possibly. And then if you are seeing a little bit more of an abundant activity in the area, you'll use thermal cameras at that point to start trying to see if you can have detections.
We could, yeah, exactly. I think that the success criteria that we have in the HCP right now are all based on acoustic information and like the interact, like not just the number of calls that are detected, but the type of calls, including feeding buzzes, social calls, et cetera. But I think certainly if we collected baseline data and there was no bats or minimal bats and then did some management and at some point in the future, then there seems to be like, what I would just loosely call kind of a congregation of bats. There would be a reason to then follow up with, more targeted like thermal monitoring or maybe some other kind of methodology to try to confirm that there is roosting happening. And I think we would be doing the baseline data collection and the ongoing acoustic monitoring, even in locations where we aren't focused on roosting trees, like even just like the thinning of the Formosa koa, the outplanting areas, like there would be ongoing acoustic data collection under a baseline condition and then under a managed condition over time. So, yep.
And I think just to add on to that, Troy, I think what we have written in the HCP right now is that thermal imaging might be used if we think it's being used as a roost, which would
That's
be
right.
indicated by like calls, right around sunset, early in the night activity, and in the morning returning to the roost. Sorry, Karen, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I mean, that partially answers one of the questions I was going to ask, but the first question, I mean, how many like big trees are in the area? I guess when we're talking about, I mean, it's a couple hundred acres, right? That we're talking about. I mean, are there only a couple big trees, or like this just doesn't seem reasonable for like if we're talking about dozens and dozens of like larger legacy trees. It seems like this maybe isn't like a reasonable approach to to monitoring, right? You're not going to be able to like put cameras out at a large number of trees. I guess having some understanding of what those larger trees are like in the area. And then the other question I was going to have was, and this is a little bit somewhat related to the off-island question as well, is like, so the acoustic data that you guys have at this point, you haven't looked at it at all for time of night? I'm just curious if there are like sunset, are you guys getting detections at sunset, or all of your detections quite a bit later in the night?
I would have to check. We haven't specifically looked at that yet, Karen, but I do know that the ranch has seen bats flying around like by their lights, I think kind of nearish sunset. That was sort of the anecdotal evidence that we had going into this.
Yeah, I think that'd be kind of an important component to understand.
And then Karen, on your
departures from the roost are pretty consistently, right at sunset. So.
And then your question, Karen, about like how many trees are we talking about? Like we haven't done an inventory, but just in the few days we've spent out there driving around, and there's a lot of it. It's a pretty accessible site, so we were able to cover a lot of these areas in pretty good detail. It's particularly on this map, management unit 1 and 2, and some of the gulches, there are some large kind of like legacy trees down in those gulches that you can just see as you're kind of cruising around. I don't think we would be monitoring all of them, but we could certainly be looking at a subset, maybe, some of them that we, for whatever reason, think that the conditions are particularly right and might be more likely to support roosting bats than others. And it could be that we phase it over time and look at, different trees in different locations, depending on how the management goes. But I don't think we're not talking about like hundreds of trees, or maybe not even dozens, but I think it's a manageable amount. And I don't know that we would have at first an acoustic detector, by every tree, but like wherever we're going to be doing management, we're going to have an acoustic detector there to be collecting some baseline data, and then continue to monitor with acoustic detectors following management. And so, we would be targeting the management in those areas that we think is going to be the most effective. And again, some of that's going to be driven by the location of these potential roost trees. And so I think it's just kind of baked into the cake a little bit in terms of what we would be doing in those management units.
Erin, I don't want to take you in a different direction if you're not done with this line of questioning, but just want to check in with you on this.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I know I started us on this conversation of essentially what can we do better on the mitigation side, and so I do think that at this point the reality is we don't have better mitigation options. I appreciate that you're doing the removal of the barbed wire, which has come up in more recent meetings, and you've built that in, and I appreciate that. And I think I'm just wanting to request that we essentially have a way of collecting data that helps us do better in the future. And I'd like to see that, to use a word that was used a moment ago, baked in. So the kinds of data you're collecting need to help us to do better in future HCPs. That said, since we could spin on this forever because we really can't prove that the mitigation is improving outcomes for bats in terms of survival and reproduction, to Michael's point, what we can do is minimize the number killed, knowing we can't prove we're making up for it. And so I'd like to bring us back to the curtailment discussion, and maybe ask for any questions or comments from the rest of the committee and your thoughts on the curtailment conversation.
I was actually, Melissa, going to bring up the same point, given the uncertainty, and especially with Michael's comments that this has not been demonstrated for really any species globally. So this is not a problem or an issue we're going to be able to solve. I commend the applicants for putting this much effort into the things that we know could possibly improve it, but we need to really focus on reducing the strikes across the board. I'm wondering if you can pull up the slide of the graphs where you started the smart curtailment, or the curtailment, was it smart or just blanket in 2014 or 15?
Blanket. Yeah, I'll let me switch over to that, Lindsay. And I was just going to add one more thing on the mitigation topic, of just one thing that excites me about this potential project is the different management units and the different actions, and like versus some of the other mitigation projects where it's been the same thing kind of across a site, to be able to kind of see, are there specific actions where we do see an increase in activity or something. So anyways, that was just one thought that came up while Melissa was talking.
Oh.
Okay, this is where I started.
So what happened in 2016 or 2017? So you started your blanket curtailment and then it started to creep back up again and then it plateaued. Can you walk us through what activities were taken or not? I mean, they're wild.
Yeah, it's just the so part of this is just the scale that like we only have one fatality estimate per year that are making these lines, you know, so that it's really just a bunch of dots connected. Jenny, do you happen to have up the like years in which we found fatalities? My guess is that much of the steepness is being driven by like we found a single fatality, and so you know the estimate went from here to here because we found one bat. But I don't have that table in front of me.
I can work in the background pulling that up.
Thank you.
Give me just a few minutes, but I think that's, you know, it is somewhat dependent, exactly what Molly said, on the year of what in which fatalities were found. So just give me a minute and I'll circle back.
No worries. I mean, but this kind of almost proves a point. If we're talking between the difference between zeros and ones and twos, it's ultimately a really small number in any given year, but cumulatively over the course of the period, you're asking for 38 bats over a 50-year period. So that variation in just single digit bat numbers really matters. So back to the smart curtailment versus blanket that you're proposing, it's essentially double the taken bats. And I know ultimately it's a very small number, but that's what we're splitting hairs here. And you guys are going to great lengths to offset. And so it seems like that should be something that, that slide right there, that we focus on in terms of the number of bats taken. Because that's something that
just to clarify,
quantified.
It's, well, okay, it is a doubling, but it's a doubling of like 0.7 bat to 1.4 bats over the 20 and a half years.
Yes, one bat out of 38 is still, you know, a decent percentage though, so it does matter. Because again, in the absence of knowing how many all of these actions are producing, the habitat preparation, all of that, it's hard to quantify a number, but this is an area where we know that we can reduce it.
Molly, oh, sorry, Michael had his hand up. I can ask after Michael talks.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure how this works, so let me know whenever yeah, you would not like my input, that's fine. I also wonder, so these metrics, I generally very strongly support the use of acoustic exposure. However, there is not a well-established link between acoustic exposure and fatality. And so these estimates of an additional 2% of bat activity from 1 year of monitoring, where it was already noted the strong interannual variation, I'm not sure how much information this provides us. Distinctly, if you look at the April activity here, I noticed that that's extremely low. However, if I recall Exhibit 5 on the report, April had the highest number of carcasses observed in monitoring. And so with that interannual variation and all, I don't think too much weight should be put into if I recall right, 1 year of acoustic monitoring of exposure rate. And I'm sorry if it's more than 1 year. But yeah, there's just such strong interannual variation, and the link between acoustic exposure and fatalities is not extremely well established. And I think that's demonstrated by the observed number of fatalities in April being the highest and no observed fatalities in October, when this estimates 25% of acoustic exposure.
Yeah, so just a couple of things I'll add there, Michael. Thank you for that. The acoustic data that was linked with the SCADA for the smart curtailment was, I think it was 5.5 years of data. It was 2019 through 2024. And then I believe April, there are 3 total fatalities, and Jenny, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all 3 occurred before we ever implemented any low wind speed curtailment. We have not, please correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny, but we have not had an April fatality since implementing 5.5 meter per second curtailment.
But it is the point that Michael's making, that it's like if the fatalities don't line up with the months of acoustic activity, that's the flaw. Was that your point, Michael?
For the most part, and curtailment efforts would have to be accounted for in that if there was changes over the monitoring. But yeah, that link needs to be well established on the mainland, and there's not even evidence. So I don't know. Hawaii always seems to have, the Opeope seems to always be defying expectations. So I think that link in Hawaii is extremely important to establish before relying on acoustic exposure.
Sorry, I think what I find a really good point or interesting point on this is that if you go back to the slide that's talking about the 2% versus 4%, so it is talking about that bat activity, not about deaths. The exhibit you're talking about that talks about which months the highest mortalities have taken place in, is that available? Because that seems to be important. If you're talking about particular months, ideally you would be tying it to the months in which highest mortality is taking place.
Sorry, Michael.
The exhibit I referenced that I'm looking is the draft HCP that's publicly available on Exhibit 5, page 34.
So just curious whether, Molly, do you have that handy to just kind of put on the screen for the sake of those who are watching on YouTube?
I can pull this up. Just give me a second here. I'll stop sharing this presentation. So the reason that we have used acoustic exposure to design our smart curtailment, and this is done on the mainland as well, and I think there have been links made between acoustic exposure and being able to design smart curtailments around that. And those are cited in the final HCP. I can't recall if they're in the draft though. But part of the reason is, and I'm pulling this up, but I believe we only have 13 fatalities. So finding a seasonal trend with a small sample size is, again, you know, both a blessing and a curse, I guess, in order of being able to design a curtailment strategy.
So for better or for worse, we actually have a whole state of data on wind turbines. So I'm wondering if maybe DOFA has a monthly tally of when the highest mortalities are, because we don't have to depend just on one site. In theory, bats behave the way they behave across the year, across sites. Maybe it's something that they could pull up at some point today.
And I'm sharing my screen now, if y'all can see that. Or I was.
Thank you,
Am
Troy.
I still? Yeah, I am still. Okay.
For whatever reason, the bottom is cut off. Is that just on my screen? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Is that, sorry.
I'll
Can you
just
see-
add a qualification to Troy's screen, is that those 3 April fatalities were found in 2011 and then 2 in 2013. And so that was before the low wind speed curtailment was implemented at 5.5. Just validating what you had said, Molly.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
And Melissa, I would love to pool data across sites in Hawaii to give us a larger sample size. My concern with that is that I think looking at the data, the sites are very different, particularly on Maui. And we have pooled, so our smart curtailment is pooling KWP1 and KWP2 because we didn't find a statistical difference between them. But I don't know that it would be appropriate to look at Oahe given how different the take rate and risk appears to be at that project compared to KWP.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to help you out because I'm not seeing a lot
no,
of
I
data
appreciate
that
it.
convince me that curtailing for just 2 months is going to make a difference. And if you don't have the data to essentially demonstrate that on the mortality side, it's difficult to make a strong case for why curtailment should just happen those couple of months out of the year. So I was just thinking if there was a way to look across when mortalities typically occur across sites, you know, maybe that could lend some strength to it. But at the moment, I'm just not seeing a really great case for why curtailment should only happen a couple months out of the year.
And just to clarify, we would continue our 5.5 meter per second curtailment at all times that we're currently implementing it. We're just proposing to raise the cut-in speed from where we're currently at for 2 months. But we're not proposing to take curtailment away from any period where we're currently curtailing it, just to make sure everyone understands that.
So you said you'd stay at 6.5.
We would curtail at
Yeah,
5.5 from February
No
15th
matter
to
what.
December 15th. And then we would go higher during September and October. So it would
Yes,
be what
okay.
we're currently at and then a little bit more 2 months of the year.
And did you guys look at the time of night? I think that was something that we had talked about before, about time of night activity at the site.
We did a little bit, and my understanding is like the more complicated the curtailment regime gets, the harder it can be to implement it. And so I haven't, just in terms of like having it run every night. And so we kind of decided to stick with just full night curtailment rather than trying to change it based on different times of the night. The strongest correlation was that we could drop curtailment around sunrise because there's not activity around sunrise. but I don't have those numbers in front of me right now.
And maybe just to say what you said again, Molly, one of the things, whenever we're thinking about these smart curtailment programs, I mean, it gets programmed into the, the SCADA of the turbines, and modern turbines have the ability, they have the ability to handle more complex curtailment regimes, but these are 20-year-old machines. So there's limits to what we can do there. We can't get super fancy, on a day-to-day basis, which is why we stuck with the monthly daily, but rounded up to monthly. Yeah.
You guys, we have some overall statewide information that Kinsley can share with us real quick, just so you can see that. Melissa, this is what you were asking for earlier.
And I do want to also chime in agreement with what Molly said. It is, I think, challenging when we look at this across the state because it is so site specific for the data. So I would take this with a grain of salt. It does indicate that August, September, October are the highest in terms of observed fatalities for Maui wind farms. But Molly herself mentioned this, it's really hard to compare Oahe versus KWP1, even KWP2. So I would caution using this.
And the months we're talking about doing the increased is September, October?
Molly, KWP1
Yes,
using,
that's correct.
yes.
Okay. I know that things are highly variable. I think what we're stuck with on bats is using available information and collecting information to improve over time. So that's why, whatever we've got, we pool and we make the best decision we can based off of the data and then highlight the need to collect more data. So given the numbers there, it is across 3 wind farms or 4 on Maui, the data you just showed us, and it is across
3. Oahe, KWP1, and KWP2.
So 2 out of 3 sites are pretty regional there, pretty local. So even though Oahe might be very different,
I would say,
go ahead.
There are even extreme fatality differences between KWP1 and KWP2 when it comes to bats. The elevation change, it could be a factor, but KWP2 has more fatalities than KWP1. So I think there could be different interactions in which the bats are interacting with the sites, even that close.
Okay. I think given we need to move forward, and I would suggest a potential compromise of adding the month of August, given the data that are available across the island. We're not looking across the state, we're just looking at the island. So as regional as we can get. So adding in August for that, and then building in data collection across months to the extent possible to be able to improve our data. Something along those lines to move forward.
Yeah, and the DOFA recommendation was 6.5 year round, just to put that back out there. We've been going for an hour and a half. I would like to just take a break for 5 minutes, and then we can come back and finish up talking about bats, and then Molly can move on with the rest of her presentation, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, break for 5 minutes. Thank you, guys. Aloha, everyone. Thanks for that quick break. We can go ahead and continue.
Wait, Jason, I just need to say that I moved to a public space, but I have earbuds in and nobody can hear what is being discussed.
Thank you, Kavika. I don't know if there were still comments coming from the committee or not, or we can continue on with Molly's presentation.
I just want to ask, were you guys, maybe it's later in the presentation, are you covering the searcher area? Is that late? That's later in the presentation. Okay.
Yeah, I have a section on that.
Okay.
I was just going to circle back. It sounded like where we left off was, Melissa, you were looking at the pooled data from the Maui facilities. You were thinking like maybe expanding the 6.5 curtailment from September and October to also including August. So for three months, and then keeping it at 5.5 for the other parts of the year. And then obviously with a commitment to continue to work with DOFA and the Fish and Wildlife Service, continue to collect data and continue to manage the facility, you know, under a smart curtailment regime into the future. Is that, I don't want to like put words in your mouth, but I think that's where you
Yeah,
were.
I was tossing that out as a potential thing we could do. So I think we can probably do as Karen's suggesting and move on to the rest of the presentation. And my understanding is we're going to come back to the recommendation slide at the end. And so I was just putting that out there as something that the committee can discuss at that time. Sorry, Karen, back to you on that.
Yes, I just wanted to ask. Sorry, I don't want to extend this for a long time. I just was trying to understand. So in this process, so right now we're gonna like next month we're gonna be asked to vote on the HCP that's going to indicate that there will be mitigation on Maui, but we don't know what it is yet. Is that right? And then like. So if it gets approved and it moves forward, then and maybe this is a DOFA question, like what's the feedback loop there then to get like that part of the mitigation approved? How does that work? After if like the HCP is approved? Does it come back to ESRC for those?
Well, our recommendation is that they have a site plan on Maui and we are able to review that and approve it. So that's where we're at. Currently, the applicant is, you know, going to be doing 50% or so of the mitigation on Molokai and the rest on Maui once they finish talks. So, but yeah, our recommendation was that this is all to be included for on-site mitigation with a plan that we can look at and feel good about on the island of Maui.
For 2 weeks from now. So like the expectation is that it's gonna get drafted in whatever, like 2.5 weeks, and then we'll be able to look at that.
Yeah,
that's our recommendation. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's not going to occur. So maybe we can talk about what we want to happen. We have more detail on the Molokai plan, which was requested from the group multiple times. So we have that. We have a couple of what's happened really since the site visit we did together. We've actually identified 2 potential locations with Hawaii Land Trust. But I would just say like those are potential locations. We have no baseline monitoring there. We don't know what's happening there. And then there's a balance of another 300 and some acres that has not been identified. So my thought is, and what has happened with other HCPs in the past is that, you know, we start the Molokai work right away, and then in parallel to that, continue working with Hawaii Land Trust and anybody else on Maui that wants to talk about mitigation. Kavika, in our last meeting, mentioned another potential opportunity that we're exploring. And then we would put together a site-specific plan for each of those locations. And that would certainly go back to DOFA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Presumably it would come to the ESRC, but that's obviously up to DOFA to decide for approval. So that's how I would expect it to happen, because we won't have a detailed mitigation plan
So you're right.
in 2 weeks.
Sorry, Troy. Yeah, what you just reiterated was my sentiments. I didn't know if I didn't come across clear on that. Well,
So,
let me rewind real quick. We're okay with the mitigation occurring in two different places, but we just want the information for the plan on Maui to be incorporated into the document so we can see how it's going to unfold. If that make it a little bit more clear.
I think it does. Molly, do you want to speak to how
Yeah.
what we say about it now?
Yeah, I might need a little additional clarification from Jason because I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing from Jason that it needs to be in the HCP in 2 weeks, and I'm hearing from Troy that there's no way that's going to happen, which is also true. So Jason, can you just clarify whether you're saying that that needs to be in the HCP document itself, or whether that you're agreeing with Troy's plan, or our approach of developing site-specific mitigation plans as we acquire additional mitigation projects on Maui?
From our standpoint, from a DOFA standpoint, we just want a little bit more meat in the HCP that talks about how the mitigation plan will be developed on Maui. Whether, negotiations are still happening. We just want to know, like, if you guys
The process.
the process, and if that could be maybe not a huge update to the document, but we just want it to be something in there indicating how it's going to be planned out and implemented. And then, we'll continue to work with you guys as you find that site.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you.
Perfect.
Our DOFA HCV staff just had one comment.
So we just wanted to add, this has been a reoccurring ESRC comment and concern over the years regarding these mitigation plans. And so I'm working on a whole matrix of the comments that have been made by the ESRC regarding this HCP, and hopefully I can share that during this meeting, and kind of letting you all know if we, think they're unresolved or outstanding still. But previously, the ESRC has said that the mitigation plans have been delayed and that they have not been implemented in time. And the concern is if the mitigation plan is developed post ITL issuance, that even if it comes back to the agencies and the ESRC, it can, as we've seen with Oahe and other entities, it's taken year plus, Kahuku as well, for the plans to be vetted by the ESRC and approved. So I think if those details, that's the DOFA sentiment, is this is kind of addressing a previous ESRC concern. If the committee, has changed their stance on this, that's something that DOFA's, I guess, amenable to considering.
Thanks, Kinsley. I think we can definitely add some more details about how the plan will be developed with you all into the final HCP. And then I think the way it is written right now is that we have to have those additional sites identified within the first 3 years. Otherwise, it would trigger adaptive management. And the Molokai site really gives us like over 10 years worth of mitigation. So that should be, we felt that was conservative enough to where we wouldn't end up in a situation where the mitigation was delayed. Because we would also prefer to not do that.
Yeah, I think our main point was the time. Yeah, the time it takes to get something approved through our review and stuff like that, and having that in the HCP so we can see it and be okay with it, so that it's not coming back to us at a later time. And so we kind of recommend that to keep this process moving forward. Since we've been on bats for just a little bit of time now, I just want to see if there's any comments from the public real quick related to the conversations we've been having with about the bats, and then we can push forward with the continued presentation. And so so I'm going to open right now for public comment. Is there anyone online right now that would like to make any comments? And then we'll move on to see if we have anything in our emails. I don't see anybody on Zoom with a comment.
And no comments on email.
Nothing
Or
on
YouTube.
email, and nothing on YouTube. All right, Molly, we'll continue on. Thank you.
Hey, Molly, could I jump in real quick? Sorry, I went back real quick. Karen, I think something else that maybe you were asking a second ago is like in terms of the overall like process right now. So the reason why we haven't circulated a like a revised draft to the ESRC is because we've had a lot of meetings with you all and field visits and so forth, and have made a lot of updates. Wanted to talk about all that stuff today, and then depending on how you're thinking about it or feeling about it, we're prepared to make additional adjustments and then send you a version of a clean final document, we're hoping next week, that will reflect all of the changes we've made that we're talking about, and then any additional, kind of updates that we're going to discuss today, so that when you get something next week, it reflects all the way up through today. And then we can have a conversation again, depending on the outcome of the December 12th meeting at the BLNR with the EIS. We can then have a conversation on the 18th, and you'll have had time with the draft that is current, and we can discuss potential approval at that point in time. So I just wanted to touch back on that, just so that there's that's the reason why we haven't shared it back. We're caught in a little bit of a time situation here where we were posting the final EIS and wanted to make sure that the HCP was consistent with that. Wanted to talk with you all today, and then we're going to send you a revised version next week. So just wanted to hit on that quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, thanks for that clarification. I think, yeah, it's really useful to have it ahead of time, because it's hard to like, I think, process the data that's being presented, and likewise, like, consult with other people in my group. So, yeah, I feel a bit unprepared to ask some of the questions right now because I'm just seeing it, but yeah, I appreciate that clarification.
All right, can you all see my screen again? Yes?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. So as I think I started to mention earlier, for seabirds, we had 2 items, which was minimization measures for all 3 seabirds, and then the UAU mitigation location. So as we discussed back in October, we've added text to clarify that KWP1 does not have any overhead transmission lines. And then we've also committed to the new lighting guidance related to short wavelength content. And that was in response to feedback from Maui Nui seabirds. So that brings the project BMPs up to date with current guidelines and requirements. We did get some comments on our proposed UAU mitigation, which is proposed to take place on Lanai, in line with how mitigation ended up occurring under our current permit. So the project has a long history of seabird mitigation and research in West Maui, including the Makamaku'ole project for both UAU and A'o. However, despite those efforts and the presence of an UAU breeding pair in 2016 and 2017, there has not yet been a documented UAU fledgling from Makamaku'ole. And so because of this, the project adaptively managed mitigation to Lanai in 2018, where we did have successful fledging. I've got some stuff up here from a recent paper that came out in 2024, which speculated on why UAU colonies may have not been successful at Makamaku'ole. And one of the suggestions was that larger colonies in East Maui and on Lanai may have a stronger pull than the social attraction at the site. Another hypothesis was that the UAU colony is too close to the A'o colony, and hypothesized that any UAU breeding in West Maui likely interact at sea with birds from Lanai and East Maui in the evening assemblages that form between Maui and Lanai prior to the birds ascending to their breeding colonies. So based on the history of mitigation for this species, we're continuing to propose that we complete mitigation on lanai. We want the mitigation to begin upon permit issuance so that there is no lag in mitigation like we've seen under our existing permit. And we feel confident that the proposed location poses a greater chance of successfully offsetting our take. As Kinsley mentioned, DOFA has recently brought up the potential for mitigation on East Maui, but the details of that mitigation have not been developed. I think she mentioned maybe DOFA has received a proposal about that, but we have not seen anything yet. And so at this time, the HCP is still proposing to do mitigation on lanai, although there is an adaptive management trigger for if UAU mitigation becomes available on Maui, that we could move it there. And that's something, you know, we're definitely willing to continue to have conversations with. That's all I have on seabirds. Would you all like me to move on to post-construction monitoring and the plot sizes, and then we can go back to seabirds for discussion later? Okay, hearing
Sure.
no.
Keep going.
Sounds good. Thank you, Melissa. So one of the other comments that's come up has been the search plot size. And so we wanted to take some time to discuss our post-construction monitoring and the history at the site. So I apologize if this is really taking everyone back to the basics, but essentially the number of fatalities that we report in our annual reports is a product of the number of carcasses we've found divided by the probability of detecting a carcass. The probability of detecting a carcass is largely driven by three factors: the searcher efficiency or percent of carcasses that our search dogs are finding, the probability that a carcass will persist from one search to the next, and then the density weighted proportion, or DWP, which is essentially the percent of carcasses that are falling within our searched areas. Since we're going to focus on the DWP, since that's what's been brought up at the site visit and in public comments. So essentially, carcasses fall in a distribution around each turbine, which is shown on these two figures. These are not figures from KWP. These are from published literature. And then we're searching a subplot of this, which is shown in green now, overlaid on a theoretical carcass distribution. Now, we have a site-specific carcass distribution. We actually have three. We have one for nene or large birds, one for seabirds, and one for bats. And that's discussed in one of the appendices to the HCP. But we wanted to touch on how our search area has evolved over time. So we started with 180 by 200 meter plots, which are shown at the top here. Then we went to the 73 meter radius circles before finally settling on the graded roads and pads within 70 meters, which is shown in the bottom left. Now, the important thing about all of this is that as we've changed the plot sizes, all of these assume that some carcasses might fall outside the plot. So for example, for seabirds, the larger plots were assumed to find 100% of the carcasses. Then that went to 75% for the 73 meter radius circles, and then to 24.6% on the current plot. So is that, whoops, I'm sorry. Scrolled. Essentially, if we find one seabird now on a graded rodent plot, it assumes there are three others that were missed, that we're finding a quarter of them. And then there's similar numbers for nene and for bats. At this time, we are not proposing any changes to our search area, but we are running some newer distribution models and are open to changing that DWP factor if newer models are showing that a different percentage of carcasses are falling on that. And that's all, and Jenny and Tetra Tech can speak more to this, but that's all driven by carcasses out further than our current 70 meters. I'm probably missing something, Jenny, there, if you want to jump in and speak to that at all.
Yeah, so, again, what Molly is talking about is this numeric adjustment to the fatality estimate called the DWP, or the density weighted proportion, which is the proportion of the carcass fall distribution that you're searching. And the in our fatality estimates currently that we've been doing, we were using a DWP for nene and for bats and for seabirds, which was based on site-specific data. And that site-specific data was starting from the beginning. It basically takes into account the larger search areas that were used at the beginning of the study. So the carcass distribution that we have is based on a larger search area and then a more narrow search area, but it also includes any incidental carcasses that were found outside of the search area we're searching. So in terms of adjusting the DWP, one of the requests was to look at more current models of the ability to calculate and understand what's happening on site. And so again, I'll just name that this facility had the good fortune, had the opportunity, I should say, of having KWP2 adjacent to it. So not only were we using KWP1 carcasses, we could use KWP2 carcasses with the idea that the wind regime is similar and that the carcass distribution between those two sites would be similar. So we had we have a sample size that would allow for a site-specific distribution. So I'll pause there, Molly, and maybe either open it for questions, or would you like to would you like me to go into a little bit more description of what we've been doing in the background?
I'm on mute. Maybe open it for discussion, and then if people are interested, we can go more into the background modeling that we're looking at. I have a feeling there will be interest, but.
Yeah, I have a question. So I think I'm one of the members who has been bringing up the importance of factoring in ballistics, which I believe was a DOFA recommendation in the front end. So I was curious about if there's any ballistics that's been incorporated into this.
I guess in terms of ballistics, the one of the early ways that carcass distributions were understood used a ballistics model developed in 2010 by a partnership of Hull and Muir. And that was like kind of like Monte Cristo ballistics of probabilities. And those carcass distributions were used early on. Sometimes they still work in the absence of site-specific data. And when KWP went to using site-specific data, they looked at how well the distributions of their individual carcasses matched up with Hull and Muir. And that is an appendix to the HCP. So, I think that goes into a maybe an ancillary point that we don't need to pull up. But the idea is that the site-specific data can offer more information about carcass distribution than a model using ballistics. And so probably the more important model that we could use outside of this carcass distribution that was done in 2018 is to use the Dalthorpe DWP package, which calculates site-specific DWPs based on this idea of carcass distribution, understanding that there is a distribution to be accounted for outside of where you're searching. And I'll pause there because I want to identify that Tetra Tech statistician Madeline Damon is also on the line and can speak a little bit to specific, speaks to some of the ballistic models that you might be thinking about, Kavika. So Madeline, I'm wondering if you want to just talk a little bit about what is available for models and why we landed on the Dalthorpe being the most appropriate.
Maybe before she speaks, I can be a little bit more specific in my question so she could tailor her answer. So I'm just looking the figure you have up on the screen. So the top square is 100%. I'm guessing they go down to 70 something percent, and you go down to 24%. That seems to, at least visually here, seems to be based purely on area. Is that correct?
Yeah, so at the top of the screen, these plots were rectangle because an extra 20 meters on the downwind side of the plot was added on. So they were 80 meters by 80 meters with an extra 20 meters added on downwind to account for any tossing that might happen as a result of the stronger winds. So that was what the original was. And then they did decrease by area. Yes, that's correct. So this is showing the area that is searched, but the carcass distribution that is accounted for is taking into account all of these different areas that were searched rather than just the smaller area.
So I think, Kavika, I think your question is like, is this orange area just 24.6% of the 100%? And the answer is no, it's 25.4.6%, of the carcasses are falling in that orange area.
But that's based on data from a continental site?
No, the figure I had was based on data from our example site. Our analysis is all done on site-specific data.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe Molly, if you could go back to that slide.
I guess, sir, could you say like which data points from the site? So it's like where the carcasses are landing at the site, like the directionality at the site. Is that the site's like? Because you're saying it's based on the site-specific data, but which data are those that are getting used? Like where and like the direction and the distance that the carcasses are being found at?
Yeah, exactly. So we have for Nene, we have a sample size of let me pull that up. Let's see. 41 carcasses between the two sites, all with direction and distance from turbine data. And for seabirds, we had a sample size of 39 carcasses. And for bats, we had a sample size of 17 carcasses.
Well, it'd be really good to see those figures because when we're all up there for the site visit, it's really hard to imagine how it's possible that on a day like how those winds were, something would be hit forward and not backward. And just worried that there seems to be kind of more area on the front end than the back end, and it assumes equal. I'm assuming that it assumes equal likelihood of falling on the front as in the back. I mean, upwind is downwind, and I'm concerned about that.
Yes, I think that's an important consideration. And again, because we're using site-specific data, and we've had distributions, we've had different search areas over time that is accounted for in the locations of the carcasses that were found that we are using for modeling.
Okay, are those figures in the ECP, or I'm curious why they're not up on the screen today? They're so integral.
I don't know if we've ever put them on like a figure like that one I showed versus modeling it within the statistical program. I don't know, Jenny, if you or Madeline can speak more to that. But I don't know that we like have ever made a figure like this one here.
We have been using software instead of producing a figure. I think this figure is like a conglomerate of so Molly, the underlying data here is showing an example of a road and pad search area overlaid with a carcass distribution to demonstrate that in general, carcass distributions tend to have a greater density closer to the turbine. And then as you go out from the turbine, you lose some of that density. And so what that tells us and what we've learned from post-construction monitoring is that the most important areas that you can monitor are going to be those that are closest to the turbine, and then looking at, whatever that wind pattern might be. But also, the idea is that you're capturing the greatest density as you're closest to the turbine. And then there is an adjustment to the fatality estimate that is based on what you are missing by not searching. Like, for example, what you would be missing by only searching in the green areas that Molly is showing on the slide. So that's where this DWP factor comes in, and in some of the current software that exists, it will calculate that distribution based on your site-specific data. So I guess what we're saying is that because we have site-specific data, and just kind of to summarize, because we have site-specific data, and because it has been collected over the course of the change in search areas, and because we are using a 2024 model, that with the DWPs that we're using, we understand what the carcass distribution is on site based on that modeling, and two, what the correction factor should be based on that carcass distribution, and feel comfortable that the search areas are capturing, what we think that they're capturing, and that DWP adjustment is relatively accurate. And when I say relatively accurate, it's in line with what we have been using in the past. And Karen, I see your hand. I'm just going to pause and let Madeline chime in if there's anything that I'm missing or anything that you'd like to add, Madeline.
I think that you've covered it pretty well. Our sample size used to calculate the carcass distribution is inclusive of those pretty large search areas that captured some of those wind patterns between 2006 and 2010. And so the carcass distribution is still informed by those larger search areas.
So Madeline, it seems like you're the person that answer this question, but how is the data about distance to turbine how is that data input into the model? I'm curious specifically about, is it just distance away from turbine, or is it taken into account upwind, downwind?
So the model inputs include the distance from the turbine. There are a couple of other papers that you'll see out there that include things like direction, but they're not quite applicable yet to the Hawaiian hoary bat. There's a ballistics paper by Prakash and Markfort. There's a couple of them that use things like bearing from the turbine, but they require some inputs like a carcass drag coefficient that is calculated for the mainland hoary bat, but has not really been published or discussed for the Hawaiian hoary bat. And so that's one of those examples of a bearing paper. And then some other ones that are mentioned are by Moorer et al. In 2020. And they had some mixed results for when they tested carcass bearing in combination with the distance. And so for now, it seems like the best approach for us is to use the distance from the turbine base and then use the inclusive sample size that includes this larger search area just to have a better bet of capturing some of those wind patterns.
Okay, well, I know Karen, you get your hand up. This would be my last thing. So my concern is we're all up there and common sense tells us that it's going to be more likely that a bat carcass goes downwind than upwind. And yet the search area is weighted towards upwind and it assumes a similar or the same likelihood of it going upwind, the carcass going against the wind than with the wind. So that's a major concern that I have, but I'll turn it over to you, Karen.
I guess that, yeah, I think that's at the crux of it, right? Is that if I think when I was asking about the site specific data, it was like the distance and the directionality. And so it's like, it seems like that the distance, the site specific distance is being used, but the site specific directionality is not being accounted for. Am I understanding that correctly, Madeline?
That's correct. It's not a direct input into the model because we don't really have a model to insert bearing for the Hawaiian hoary bat.
Mhm.
It's more of a modeling assumption that the larger search area from 2006 through 2010 would have helped capture carcasses that were thrown out farther.
I guess I'm curious, have you guys just plotted it to see, like I'd be curious, like to see where are the carcasses being found? Like, is there a difference between, I guess just even a count between upwind versus downwind?
Well,
We
go ahead, Madeline.
Oh, I was just you might be saying the same thing as me, but I was gonna say that we have done a lot of plots of the distances, but we haven't created that plot that Molly was showing on a previous slide that's kind of a circular plot.
But you have the data available to do that.
Jenny, do you know how long we have bearing data going back to?
We have it mostly available. There are a few early carcasses that we are still looking for bearing data on. Distance data was provided in the earlier reports, but without always a clear bearing. But it should, we should be able to come up with that information at some point. It's the most accessible is the distance data. One of the things that I can show you is looking at how, if we want to look at the data for how when we use the Dalthorpe model, how that plays out compared to what we are currently modeling with. I think this might be helpful for answering some questions, but maybe people want to ask their questions before I pull this up and share my screen with you.
Yeah, I guess I have one more question. Is just like how the species data are pooled in the like are Nene being modeled together, or like are distance data for Nene in the same model as distance data for Opeapea? Like, is it all together?
No, we did I mean, what we were calling size classes, so we did Nene were just modeled with Nene. Seabirds were modeled with seabirds, but we did use some other species like wedge-tailed shearwaters and white-tailed tropic birds that we had available in order to expand that sample size. And then Opeapea is just Opeapea.
And so then how does the but you have one search area for all the species, yeah? So how does that get, I guess, put together for one search area? Do you just use
think what you're asking
area?
Okay, so I think maybe what you're asking is how does the correction shape up for each size class? So in other, like, what ends up happening is we model it by those individual species or size classes, like, so large birds, nene, we are calling seabirds medium birds, and then opeapea. And each one gets its own carcass distribution. There's not one carcass distribution for all the carcasses on the site. They are qualified by size class, and each one therefore gets its own DWP factor. So they're weighted differently, and the proportion of the carcass distribution that we are searching for each size class is a little different. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess it's, yeah, that proportion of the size. So yeah, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna see if I can get my screen to share here. Okay. All right, are you all able to see that?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll walk you through, because this, Karen, should give you some specifics on addressing what your question was just asking. And I think Madeline and I can tag team this. So basically, this is an analysis that we did to look at using a more updated model for the data that we have on site. And the model that we used was the Dalthorpe et al. DWP package, which was put out in 2022 and kind of finalized in 2024 with publication. This is a pretty wordy slide that basically this states our goal was to validate or determine the need to update the carcass distributions that are currently used in fatality monitoring to adjust for the area being searched. And one of the reasons why I put this up is because this particular model is intended to account for the areas that are not being searched outside of the search area. So the model function creates a distribution that accounts for the fact that carcasses are going to be tossed farther than where you are looking for them. And Madeline, would you like to add just a little bit of color of how that works with this particular tool?
Sure, yeah. So, we mentioned that the inputs we've been using for these models are site-specific carcass distances. And what you'll see is that we're just using known knowledge of where these carcasses are falling between 2006 through 2025, just to compare to the older distribution created in FY 2018. And then we're just looking at what sort of proportion of carcasses are we expecting around the turbine at different distance bands. And then that model will help us predict out to, say, 100 meters, how many carcasses we might expect to see, even though the search area might only be out to 70. And so we're still able to use this pretty recently published model to predict out for those farther distances.
So one of the things that we wanted to look at is what does the distribution look like with data through 2025, as Madeline said, compared to the modeling that was done through 2018, which is the distributions that we are basing our fatality estimates on that give us that correction for how far out we're searching. So we started with the nene, and we included the data that was modeled for through 2018. There were 12 different distributions that we tested, and this is what one of the outputs of that model looks like. And then the user evaluates the model fit in order to figure out what the best fitting distribution looks like. So again, this is with the data through 2018, which is the same data set that was used for what the corrections are that we're using now. And this is what was done in 2018. So for example, here's that hull and mirror model that I mentioned for large birds. And large birds means nene in this case, not for hull and mirror, but for the site-specific data. And here's what their model distribution looks like. When we put that same data set into this model, we get a distribution that looks like this. So pretty similar. And what this is saying is that out, to about 80 meters, we are capturing the majority, based on the site-specific distribution, we're capturing the majority of nene that are being detected. Madeline, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that covers it very well. The previous slide you saw just kind of shows that this package is helping us evaluate a lot of different shapes and types of models. And so we're able to really hone down on the true shape of the carcass distribution based on site-specific data.
And so when we are determining what DWP should be, we do something called an annulus analysis, and we look at what the distribution looks like in different distance bands. And this one right here is what was done, or was what we had to work with from the FY 2018 analysis. And this is what it looks like when we put in the site-specific data into the Dalthorpe model. And so you can see that out to 70 meters originally was thought to capture 0.83, but with the Dalthorpe model, it was capturing 0.93 or 93% of the carcass distribution. And then what we went ahead to do is to add in the carcass information, or the fatalities that have happened since 2018. So adding in additional data in order to see if the model was validated. And so Madeline, I'll turn it back over to you to talk about this slide.
Yes, so you can see in blue is just the curve that we already showed you, where it was just the best fitting model for carcasses through FY 2018. And then we added in 11 new carcass distances just to see how dramatically that could change the shape of the carcass distribution. And it was actually very robust to that change. Adding in those extra 11 carcasses didn't change things very much, which also means that the distances that carcasses were falling at also didn't change very much between those years.
So when we look at these distance band probabilities and the cumulative probability for nene, the site-specific data suggests that we're covering 95% of the carcass distribution based on the Dalthorpe package, which is actually a little bit of an increase over what the 2018 data had suggested. And again, this includes carcasses both in and outside of the search area. And so, sometimes any incidental carcasses were included in that modeling. So then to look at what that weighting factor is for doing the fatality estimation, we were using 0.35 from that original analysis, and it actually changed to 0.376 from the Dalthorpe analysis. So that's the comparative of how we have been thinking about correcting with when we run a more current analysis, a more current tool, I should say, with site-specific data that is current up until FY 2025. And so we did this process for each of those size classes. So here, this is a histogram of, this is for the seabird distribution. Here's a histogram of the carcasses that we do have and where the distances from turbines, like how far out from the turbines each is falling. And then this is how the full data set through 2025 models out. And Madeline, I'll let you talk a little bit about this particular model.
Yeah, sure. So you can see in that histogram that we have kind of a steady drop off after that 40 meters from the turbine. And so that's reflected in the graph you see on the right, where we start seeing a majority of carcasses after that 40 meters. And so we used kind of just model fit criteria information that the package kind of provides for you, and then chose the top model out of all of those curves that you're seeing there. And if Jenny, you want to go over to the next slide, you can see the shape that was the final model there. And so this one was clearly very similar as well to the seabird distribution created in FY 2018. And with the addition of those 39 carcasses, there also wasn't much change.
And so here's what the distribution looks like. This one did go down slightly from 0.817 to 0.78, so 78%. And so what that translates to for the percent that we were using an adjustment of 0.24. So as Molly was saying earlier, for every one found, this adjusts it to suggest that 3 are not found. And that would, you know, ultimately in rounding would be very similar with this one, but a little bit, you know, 3 plus a very tiny portion of 1 would not be found with this new number. Essentially, we have not tested to know that those are statistically significantly different. And then for Apeapea, similar thing. This is what the distribution looks like in a histogram. And then these are our different options. And there was only one model that passed all the fit tests. Madeline, do you want to say anything about that one?
Yeah, I can just make a note that the package includes some model fit tests that Dalthorpe put together just to kind of filter through all these 12 different curves and tell you which ones are most realistic. And we see this with some of these smaller sample sizes with only 17 carcasses where there's kind of a big gap between that 40 meters from the turbine and a carcass 80 meters from the turbine, where the model doesn't have a lot of information to go off on. And so there's just fewer curves that fit this data.
And so again, you know, this is what was used originally, and this is including through FY 2025 with 17 carcasses. And the curve is slightly different than what was predicted by the BAT data and Hull and Muir. And so where we land with this one for the area correction or for the distribution, this was suggesting that by the time we got to, you know, out to 50 meter, the 60 meter band, essentially, that we are covering the whole of the carcass distribution. But according to the updated data, in fact, we were covering 0.93%, and the total distribution is not fully covered out to 70 meters. So what that translates to for a correction factor is what we were using was 0.573, and what is likely a little bit more accurate is 0.494. So all of this is a long way of saying that this current model through the site-specific data is designed to account for areas that you're not searching. And so based on the data that we did input, which had been collected through looking out to different distances over the course of the time that that data was collected, we understand that these correction factors that we're using is accounting for where the carcasses are falling as a result of the wind regime over the course of a year on site. So I'll just pause there. And I'm happy to go back to any slides or.
So I'll jump in. I think so impressive. But to me, assuming that the laws of physics apply at KWP1, there's going to be a higher percentage of carcasses downwind than upwind. And I don't see this model taking that into account at all? You're hearing from me and other ESRC members that we're concerned about this. You're hearing from DOFA that they're concerned about this. So how might you take into account this higher percentage of downwind carcasses into a more accurate model?
Well, I don't know that we know that there's a higher percentage of carcasses downwind from, I mean, from the data that we do have. And so I guess I'll keep coming back to the area correction, I'm sorry, the density weighted proportion corrections adjust for carcasses that aren't found.
And I point again to the laws of physics and our common sense and our experience up there. There's no way that a carcass can equally fall 60 meters upwind as 60 meters downwind.
So I guess maybe what we can bring this back to is the models that are available to use to understand carcass distribution. And maybe Madeline, you can revisit some of that information.
Yeah, I mean, so as far as directionality, the component that incorporates that is just making sure we're using that full sample size of carcasses that were found when those search areas were extended downwind, so that we can be inclusive of those farther carcasses. And that gets just kind of incorporated into that right tail of any distribution where, you know, these newer distributions are making sure that we're showing that we're not searching the entire search area. And so that's why you see, for example, that, oh, can you go to the next slide by chance, Jenny?
The one
just
after
the proportions. It? Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where you'll see, you know, the 70-meter search area is only covering approximately 78% of where we would expect carcasses to fall, because we're expecting to see more farther out. And so when we calculate our fatality estimate, we're essentially getting penalized for searching only at 70 meters by kind of adding carcasses that could have been found if we were searching out towards 100 meters, for example.
I had a quick
Kavika,
question.
what I think you're, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jenny. This is Kinsley, DOFA HCP. So I'm seeing like, and my knowledge of modeling and is, not as robust, but I'm seeing like, this test of fit with regarding the 2018 developed DWP, but why wouldn't you just go ahead and develop a new DWP incorporating all the years of data instead of doing all this to show that DWP from 2018 still stands?
Well, essentially that's what we did, but we wanted to also demonstrate that when that basically that the data that we are using, so this is all of the data from the beginning of monitoring to FY 2019. That's what this is showing. And then we brought in this comparison of what was done in the past. So this wasn't just a test of fitness. It was also a look at what is the DWP based on all of the site-specific data using a more up-to-date model. So we're doing both things, Kinsley. We are looking at what that should be and then comparing it to what was done in the past.
But Jenny, can I just expand on that a little? I think maybe what was lost in this presentation a little bit, Kinsley, is that we are proposing to change the DWP for the new permit using the newer model. We just also wanted to show that what we have been using, that it hasn't changed significantly, but we're fine altering the DWP going forward, starting with the new permit.
So these are the adjustments per species that you determine.
Yes, so starting in FY, probably, I don't know, we haven't, the Tetra Tech just finished this analysis yesterday, but going forward then for future years of monitoring, we're planning on updating that DWT value for each species using the new model. That's what you're requesting, right?
Yeah, I think I just, based on the last one, thought only one was being changed based on the fitness test, but now I see they're all kind of slightly revised.
Yeah, this is the outcome using all data through FY 2025. So this is what we are proposing.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that. Appreciate it. Sorry.
And that's, Kinsley, in the version of the HCP that you guys have, that is not explicitly stated. It says that like we're open to changing it in consultation with you and Fish and Wildlife Service, but we hadn't finished this analysis last week. So that's an edit we can make between now and finalizing the HCP. Karen?
It's too bad Michelle's not here, but I'm just looking through, trying to look through old, kind of old messages and notes on this, because like this topic has come up before, and I know it seemed like in September 2024, so over a year ago, there was a lot of back and forth with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA for some of the Oahu wind facilities related to like wind direction and how that was would be affecting, you know, the ballistic model that's used and all that. And I just, has that conversation not gone anywhere? I mean, this isn't a KWP specific issue, right? Where it seems like I mean, these wind facilities are at locations with high wind for, you know, for a reason. And and like Kavika keeps pointing to, it's like kind of our basic understanding is that, you know, the chances that carcasses are falling, you know, all these meters upwind, like it does affect, right, your searcher efficacy. And when you're like the area that you're searching, if a lot of that area is areas where you wouldn't expect to find carcasses, you know, if that's being included in the area that's being accounted for as search, like it just seems like this is a bigger question that I'm wondering, like, where has that gone with Fish and Wildlife Service and how we're doing this across facilities in Hawaii? I don't know if DOFA can speak to that or if other ESRC members have comments on that.
I think, Karen, in our submittal, we did say we recommended KWP1 compare the model assumptions to the current ballistics models. So that's still in our recommendations. I think what Madeline brought up today kind of clarified a little bit that like the per cache model, I guess, can't be utilized for Hawaiian hoary bat due to a variable that's missing. So that's super helpful. But then there was another model, I think, like a more updated ballistics that, yeah, we were curious about comparing to. But I think Madeline also touched that, saying that there's mixed results. But if there's, yeah, I don't know. I think that would still be worthwhile in terms of comparing. I don't know.
So is then, are we just saying that like we're not going to move forward on trying to find a way to incorporate wind direction and any of this? Is that, are we, or is it something that I guess Tetra Tech or the other groups are working on? I'm not clear.
I guess for KWP1, go ahead, Madeline, was that you?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we are keeping an eye on the literature, definitely, and the modeling literature that's been coming out, and kind of what you've voiced also is that there's not a ton of papers giving us the model that we need to model with the Hawaiian Hoary Bat and wind direction. And there's a couple of established models on the mainland Hoary Bat, like with that Prakash and Markfort paper, where if we were working with that bat, then we could very easily directly apply it. But since we're working with a different size class, we can't use those coefficients directly and pull them in.
Michael, I see you have your hand raised.
Who does?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that the so there are some methods in development that take wind direction into place. Some consultants are using them. I know in the Altamont Pass resource area for bats. It is difficult and requires the use of custom metrics and codes. But wind direction in the Altamont, which has a strong prevailing wind, does show strong directional fall distributions. And so that is something to consider adjusting in the estimation process. I would say that probably metrics for the mainland hoary bat on ballistic models are probably somewhat close, considering I know they're slightly different sizes, but they're you could find metrics possibly for a bat of similar size to the Hawaiian hoary bat and utilize those as well. However, I do have one kind of question here. So density weighted proportion is usually applied on a turbine by turbine basis and calculated based on the search area of that specific turbine. And so personally, I'm a little confused if this presentation of the simplified 3 DWP metrics is just a simplification for presentation purposes, or if DWP is being calculated for each search area on each turbine as it is designed to be done.
It is simplified for now because we were working up against a date to present this and look at the particular issue. So Madeline, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I can just mention that what we did to come up with these DWPs is essentially asked our GIS team to average our searched area at these turbines. So it's an average instead of the per turbine DWP. So the searched area kind of going into this is an average across all of the search areas. But we do normally, yes, apply per turbine.
And I guess I'm thinking about, Kavika, going back to your thoughts and just thinking about a little bit in terms of, and maybe this will come up on the recommendations, but what we can sort of bring back to further this discussion. And one, and we have to go back and look and remind myself what we have available here in terms of data, because some of this, goes back, like I said, to 2006 or whatever. But I mean, it seems like one would be looking at kind of the distribution of where carcasses were found during that period of time when a larger area was being searched, which was in some ways accounting for wind direction. But I'm a little nervous about committing to that because that is old data and I'm not exactly sure what's available there. So we'll do our best on that. And then beyond that, I think that, we could explore maybe the application of some of these other models for mainland hoary bats. But short of developing a custom model as Michael was noting, which is what's happening in the Altamont, which would also be somewhat untested at this point in time. I think we're still proposing to move forward with the modeling as described today, including these updated fall distributions. But if there's something, I guess, more specific that the group wants to see or something better that we can produce that will help kind of further the conversation, I'd be interested in that.
Can you just say agency recommendation? Yeah, thanks, Troy, for that. There's been agency recommendations that are similar to what you're just stating. So yeah, it might be a hard push to try to add these other complements into the modeling, but yeah, it was previously a recommendation.
And I think that the other thing we can do in the HCP is just, and this has been, happening in the past for KWP1 and other projects, is just to commit to continue to. I mean, we're always, as Madeline noted, like we're always looking for new models that are coming out, new literature that's coming out, collecting additional information at the facilities in Hawaii. And so I think that we're always looking to use the best available information and the best available models, and would continue to do that during HCP implementation. So, I mean, I think that kind of goes without saying, but I just wanted to make sure that we noted it.
Do we have any other questions from the committee?
Well, sorry, I need to get off soon, but can't we just simply put something into the equation about the percentage of likelihood that it'll be upwind of the turbine versus downwind of the turbine, even if it's kind of best guess at this point? I think it's really important to take the laws of physics into mind over here, and this model is written as if these things exist in a vacuum, and they don't.
So I think, Kavika, what I'm hearing you request would be to look at creating a figure that looks a little bit for our understanding, that looks a little bit more like the one that Molly had showed with the positions within a search plot, to try to understand that. Does that
that
sound right?
is one way. Another way would be to just put in a percentage of likelihood that they're found upwind versus downwind of the turbine. And there might be other things, but I think we need to do something. And you're hearing that from multiple angles, and I don't think this is going to pass without that.
I think what Jenny mentioned can definitely be kind of a step in that direction to see where things are falling. And like you mentioned, trying to find a percent that fall in different areas. The current Dalthorpe code doesn't allow for any directionality in that respect, but that could definitely add to our understanding, at least, of how we can adjust for directionality.
So thank you so much for a robust discussion around this. I appreciate it. I think I want to just note, it's easy to get lost in a lot of these different numbers. We're trying to, ultimately, the goal is, let's not only minimize impacts to bats, but according to 195D, make sure there's a net benefit. And we're trying to essentially do some pretty complex math in our head. What kind of benefit is the habitat restoration going to provide? The curtailment and wind speeds and the turbine changes for minimization, how is that going to change the number of mortalities we're looking at? And then what is our ability to discover the carcasses that actually occur so we're appropriately mitigating and accounting for how many are killed. So as far as today's discussions, we've kind of had some lengthy discussions around those three metrics. And I guess I just want to put it out there to both the committee and to Tetra Tech. At the end of the day, not all numbers are created equal. What is the instinct of folks on which of those numbers actually matters? Because sometimes we can quibble over the quality of a number that at the end of the day shouldn't weigh as heavily on our decision because it doesn't matter as much ultimately for species persistence. Versus we might not pay as much attention to something that might actually really matter from a decision-making perspective of approving or not approving the permit when it comes to species persistence. I just want to put out there, and this might be a post-lunch question, but what kind of weight should we be giving to these different numbers and the uncertainty, right? Not all uncertainty is created the same. And so I just want to ask that. I think is a pretty important question, so we don't get too lost in unnecessary weeds, but really pay attention to ones that are important.
What categories of numbers are you referring to?
The three I mentioned. So we had discussions around the difference that it makes for habitat management, essentially the mitigation. How much are we making up for these numbers that are killed? What minimization numbers actually matter for minimizing mortality, and three, our ability to discover carcasses, which is what we've been talking about in the previous discussion. So those three, does that make sense, Kavika? Sorry.
Well, I think the third one's actually take. And this is why I'm honing in on this so much, because this is, if they have a model that is skewed to or saying that it is accounting for a larger percentage when it's actually focusing on upwind areas that in actuality account for a smaller percentage of search likelihood, then that's going to impact our take number, and everything is based on the take number. So to me, this is the most important number.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. And I don't know if any of the other ESRC members want to weigh in, but that makes sense that at the end of the day, our ability to estimate what is the actual impact on the species is where everything should start, because then we know how much we need to make up for and what mitigation should be, but also how well, if we're not discovering carcasses or estimating carcasses were the appropriate numbers, then we don't know what difference our minimization efforts are making. So that makes sense. I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in. I don't know, Lindsay or Karen, if you have thoughts on that, or Jason, kind of a feel for which ones you feel like are most important to have discussions around.
Yeah, that was one of our most important items to which we have under the facility search area. Just reiterating pretty much what you said. So I'm still trying to understand, when I look at when the older models where they had the bigger area and they kept reducing it and taking that percentage, like, were they capturing those downwind carcasses in the older model? And it seems like they were capturing probably some of them, but is it all? And so I'm still like, yeah, would like refinement on that, so.
I think, and Madeline can speak to this, but I think that's one of the advantages of the new Dalthorpe model that we're proposing to use, is that it doesn't truncate your fatalities. Madeline, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think it truncates. I think it assumes that carcasses can fall out to infinity. That's probably not the correct term, but like it's not that they had to fall within the 200 by 180 meter plot. Is that correct?
So how it works is it lets it go out to infinity. It just warns you in the modeling process that if there's more than like 5% of carcasses falling out past 150 meters, it just warns you that it's a lower likelihood of being the top model, essentially.
Okay.
But you can still kind of pick through based on what you're seeing with the carcass distances and search areas.
Cool, that really helps.
So yeah, that's an advantage, is that we don't have to make that assumption anymore, which older models did have to make some assumption about how far out carcasses could fall.
Karen, I see you're unmuted and about to speak a few times here, and then maybe Lindsay can weigh in too.
I mean, I think this question about how well we're measuring fatalities is really important, and it's across a lot of the facilities that we're considering, right? Like there's other sites that are at the edge of a the edge of a cliff that we're concerned that we're not properly accounting for birds or bats that maybe are falling in that area. And so I think this getting these estimates of fatality improved to incorporate some of the other information that we sort of intuitively know would be affecting these rates is important for us to understanding fatalities across the state and across an island. So yeah, I think this number is pretty important.
I agree with you, Karen. I think that it is really important, and over the time of fatality estimation science at wind farms, we've seen a lot of updates to understanding both in early fatality modeling, in understanding the importance of carcass distribution, that you're not, how far you search out really matters. A lot of the earlier models didn't really take that into consideration. And so staying on top of what are the, updates to make to the best available science for understanding, it is absolutely important for understanding any impacts from any wind farm, mainland or in Hawaii. And I would say from our perspective, the best available science that we have, the best available tool that we have at our fingertips right now is this Dalthorpe model. Because of how Madeline just described, it does take into consideration how far, the distance to which the distribution goes. And this is, we have the advantage of using site-specific data instead of modeled data, which has been captured from larger search areas. And then the final piece is, that correction that comes to the number of fatalities that we are actually finding. And so, as we move forward, we're always evaluating what models, can we look at this differently based on the different models? And I think I would say at this time, we feel the most comfortable with all of the things that are available with the Dalthorpe model, based on all of the different factors, both at the site and the data that we have on hand.
If it's okay with the ESRC folks, I'd like to just see if, because we've been on DWP for a little bit, I want to just open up for public comment and see if we have anything in our email or Zoom.
Nothing in email. Nothing on YouTube. I don't know if anyone wants to testify in Zoom.
And anyone that's present in Zoom would like to provide any comments. We're at our 12 o'clock. I know we're in the almost wrapping this part up. Do you guys want to, we don't have any comments from anywhere else. Do you guys want to break for lunch and then we can come back in 45 minutes or now?
You can ask them.
Yep. Committee members, would you guys like to break for lunch really quick for 45 minutes?
How much do we have after this? I have to leave probably around 2.
Well, we haven't touched on yellow face.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Molly's gonna tell
Oh,
us
I'm
how
sorry.
much we have left.
go ahead, Molly.
Oh, I was just going to say I'm done with my presentation, so it's just discussion going forward, Karen. I can't tell you how long that will take. Sorry.
So it's like whether to break for lunch and come back for discussion or just go for this.
I could use some
What-
calories, but I can also
what-
just turn off my camera and eat some. I know that we have some limitations on who's around when. I also will be stepping out soon after 2, as I had mentioned when you guys were doing the scheduling. Who else is leaving? Because we will lose quorum if we lose 2 people. I don't know if Kavika's coming back or if he's out.
I need to step out from 1 to 1:30, but I can come back after that point.
Maybe
So
we should push through.
Maybe we can plan to go till 1 and then if we are not finished by then, to come back when Lindsay's available to come back. Is that reasonable?
I'm fine with it as long as we allow for cameras to be off. So,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I guess maybe if I could just pick up where we were leaving off there for a second on on the distribution stuff. I think that, I'm just kind of taking a step back and figuring out like, what could be done. Because this, I think Karen, you were saying like this isn't just a KWP1 question. This is a question that's come up across facilities, and we have limitations on where we can search, and it's a little bit different at every facility for different reasons or whatever. And at KWP1, we have, so I guess, if we wanted to do I'll just say like a study, right? To kind of go back and say, well, what if we searched larger areas for some period of time to see what we find and if we're missing anything or whatever. We could kind of, if we developed a study around that, that's something to consider. I think the challenge that we know we have at KWP1 is, I think one of the benefits of searching the roads and paths there and the current kind of setup is that we also have Nene on site, and now we have yellow-faced bees nearby. And so there are, I think if we start thinking about, even if it were a targeted study, we would have to be thoughtful about what something looked like just because of everything else happening on site. And other facilities, it's something else, right? There's different land uses or there's cliffs or like whatever the case may be. And we happen to have a couple of our listed species or covered species right on site. And so maybe I say that as a way to go back into, Melissa, what you were saying, which is like, what's the most important thing to focus on here? And I guess I'm wondering if we, even if we did say a long-term study in a targeted way to determine if the fall distribution was different because of the wind, how much would that move the needle on how we think about take at this particular facility? And I don't know, I mean, we're all kind of guessing here at this point in time, but I don't know that it's going to move the needle much, if at all, honestly. And we might end up in the same scenario where we're then trying to, provide a conservation benefit to the species at about the same level, or maybe at a little bit of a higher level. So I don't know. Maybe it's a matter of getting comfortable with the information that we've collected to date and the way we're modeling it, and then really focus in on, the mitigation that's being provided and making sure that it's adequate to, to provide the conservation benefit and spend our energy there. I don't know. I'm just kind of like brainstorming a little bit here and thinking through the best way for us to, as a group, try to move this forward.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of add on to that, Troy, that like, I don't think that a targeted study is necessarily warranted given that we did have those larger plots. And I just threw up on here an image. This is back from 2013. So this was at the 73-meter radius plots, I guess, but like there was pretty intensive vegetation management needed to search those larger plots to make it worth searching in vegetated areas. And given the native plants that are now present at the site, the yellow-faced bees and the nene, I don't see a way to search larger plots without causing a greater impact to the very species we're trying to conserve.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And I think I want to also emphasize that, understanding that has been taken into account with fatality estimation, and that challenges for observing carcasses in densely vegetated areas, and the idea of, where is it safe to look for things, and every site's topography is a little bit different. And so that's the importance of the DWP, is that adjustment, because it might not be possible or might not be, beneficial to the other things that are happening at the site to search all of the area that has the, that could be a part of that distribution.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. Yeah, the additional information and context is helpful. I feel like I need to talk with some of the folks on our team here and think about this one a bit more. I don't, but I appreciate the additional context and stuff. I do think it sounds like you guys have the data available in some format to at least the plot that was, so that we can kind of see the data a bit directionality. Yeah. Would provide useful context for us for continuing the conversation. But yeah, I think I need some more. I need some time that's not going to happen during this meeting to think about this one a bit more. But thank you.
Do we want to switch over to yellow-faced bees then? My feeling is that the committee's asked the questions they want to, but I don't know for sure, but maybe we could switch over to that.
I'm good to move on. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to share one thing. We've been compiling the comments from the get-go and have been keeping track of what has been updated in the HCP and what has not. And these are comments from DOFA and ESRC. So we do have a comment matrix that I think would be good for everyone to review, so we can just make sure that we're tackling everything that we need to tackle. And maybe for that, when I was thinking today's meeting was going to be a little bit longer, but it seems that some people are going to be falling off here soon, this afternoon. So maybe we'll have this comment matrix ready for everyone at the end of the day and get that out. So when we meet again in December, where everyone's on the same page as far as what still needs to be done. And we'll work with Molly and Troy and stuff on this comment matrix too, just to kind of see if there's other things that we can eliminate that have been addressed already. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I want to just keep everyone focused on, the comments that we've provided in the past and making sure that they're being addressed, or are they still out there needing to be addressed, and how we're going to get around those things. So yeah, I just wanted to share that real quick.
Jason, I think that's what was on my mind for the yellow-faced bees, because I noticed when it was presented at the beginning, when Kinsley presented at the beginning, it sounded like a number of the things we had requested in our last meeting are not necessarily implemented. Would it be useful for you to pull up that as it relates to yellow-faced bees to guide that discussion so we can be efficient?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We'll do that right now. We can just look at the section for the simulants.
Yeah, and I think if it guides the discussion for any of the others, it might be helpful to do this today because, you know, if the intention is to ask for the vote on the 18th, and I know Karen's mentioned her hesitation about being ready to vote if some of these things aren't resolved, so maybe this can help guide the discussion forward. I do want to say it's not the most well organized, so I apologize if, but we can look at the yellow face bees to start off. And I'm gonna make this larger. Just give me a second. So this is very small, so I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to just expand upon one.
I think they can read that.
The first one was further develop the yellow face bee take estimation and mitigation with dolphin entomologists. And while the take estimate has been developed, this one is not, the mitigation has not been fully resolved, which also ties with the refine the mitigation approach and metrics of success based on recommendation from the entomologist. So again, this is partially resolved because the metrics of success are being developed. But KWP, I think one of our comments was to specifically add counting the nesting aggregations, and then also develop the mitigation budget and actions in conjunction with the entomologist. So I don't know, Molly, if you want to speak to your timeline about like addressing that. I believe you've reached out to the entomologist and I don't know.
Yeah, we're awaiting their review of the changes. The plan that we do have in there right now is based on the site visit we had with them in September. But we haven't, and we've also revised the HCP in response to their written comments on the draft HCP, but haven't gotten a review of the changes yet.
And just to support the entomologists, I think they just received from you all last week the updates to limits of disturbance, which they needed to move forward. So I just want to like clarify that. We're not like, yeah, waiting on the entomologists too much. They just received that limits of disturbance and they need more time to, I think, be able to develop the mitigation package from there.
And do we expect to see that in the next few weeks, or that's going to be something that's longer term? Like that would be a later revision, like the mitigation package.
I know the entomologists are actively reviewing what they've received regarding the limits of disturbance now and doing internal conversations. I believe based on their availability, they won't be able to meet until the week of December 8th. So yeah, it's right. It's a tight timeline for us all to meet, I think. So I don't know if meeting with entomologists week of December 8th will allow all of those things to be resolved, but definitely continue to keep you all apprised as the revisions occur, I guess.
And maybe what also kind of splitting the difference here. I mean, maybe our idea was to circulate a clean and kind of, what we hoped would be final draft HCP next week so that the ESRC would have, maximum amount of time with it before a subsequent meeting on December 18th. Maybe Kinsley, if we do that, but then we continue to have a meeting or two with the entomologist the following week, we could then maybe bring, any additional modifications that come out of those discussions with the entomologist to the ESRC meeting, or maybe even include it in a short write-up beforehand or something, so that the ESRC can review what we have, but then know that we're still going to provide some more detail on the mitigation or something like that. I'm just trying to figure out how to do both. So we don't, because I don't want to wait until, I want to make sure that the ESRC has enough time with the document, I guess is what I'm trying to solve for here.
And Melissa, if you have questions on, like I put resolved for line 16 and 17, I can talk to specifics behind what the entomologists have, at least as of yet, come to in terms of the acre to acre and the consideration for nesting burrows uses take. I don't know if that would help clarify any of that, but essentially,
Yeah, I get the, like, they need to learn more about the species before they can have a better understanding of what to do to make up for losses. It's a similar situation to the bats, and the more we learn about the species, the better they'll be able to do that. The second one, I'm familiar with people's discomfort with making predictions about things. And that's something that I think could be facilitated, but I'm very familiar with people's discomfort with doing so.
and I think something that was like a potential remedy in some way was counting the specific nesting aggregations as part of success criteria. Like, yeah, the ones that are being monitored. But I think in terms of take, it was, yeah, I think just also seeing as many HCPs for insects incorporate acreage. And that seems to be what works in terms of looking at the impacts to foraging or nesting. I think that's where the experts felt most comfortable as of yet, since more information at this point doesn't exist regarding the species.
Well, even in terms of, it was understandable. So I don't say this as a criticism of anyone because we just don't know a lot about the species, but it was a very unsatisfying discussion in regards to, well, what do they need in terms of habitat? Which plants are important to them? Which pollen resources are important to them? What time of year are they important? You know, knowing survival rates or different things like that for the burrows, or even how many larvae are in a burrow, right? Like that was pretty unknown. So there's just a lot unknown about the species, and I think they're starting where they feel like they can at this point. And I get it. I get it. I guess that's what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. But there's a lot that needs to be known to be able to do better by the species and to know what level of impact we're having and how we can make up for it.
And we will, just a reminder, even though right now in the draft, it's, you know, based on acres, we will be doing, or the DOFA entomologists will be doing a survey next spring in the area of impact. And so we will know at that point in time, you know, what's going on, if there are nesting burrows or nesting congregations within those locations and so forth. And then the intention and the way the HP is written now is based on what we find in that survey next spring. You know, then the work is going to occur, but then we'll have a better understanding of what's actually being lost when those areas are impacted. So is it nesting locations? If so, how many? Is it just foraging or whatever, some combination probably of the two? And then obviously, in order to meet 195D, when we're looking at the mitigation area, the success criteria are related to those same things. So making sure that, I think as Molly noted, you know, kind of stable or increasing nesting and foraging resources within the mitigation area. So I think that's about as far as we can take it at this point in time. But I do think we'll be able to say in a pretty informed manner that, you know, the mitigation is offsetting whatever impact we're having on the species once we do the surveys.
I think I get what you're saying, and I get from where you're sitting and why you're saying what you're saying super respectfully. I do think that what the entomologist clearly stated is there is so little we know about the species, and we spent extensive time talking about what habitat they need, what they're foraging on, what density of the soil. I mean, like, there's just so much that's not known that to say confidently that we can make up for that somewhere else when we don't even know what their needs are, like that level of confidence, I just don't think is warranted. But sure, we can restore habitat at an equal amount to the habitat lost. But the details that tell us whether we're actually making up for the number of individuals that were lost, those just don't exist. And so it's going to take some work. And I think I guess on a much broader basis, much beyond ESRC, the line 17, you mentioned, Troy, that they'll be doing surveys and then they'll know the actual number of burrows that are lost from that area when disturbance happens. The one step that I am trying to encourage people to do is to say, okay, we know the density of burrows elsewhere, or we could find out the density of burrows elsewhere. Can we use that as a prediction, just as a hypothesis, a place to start? And then you know, is this higher or lower? And you start, that allows you to start learning about what might be different or similar. This is already pretty highly disturbed edges of roads, dirt roads. And so is that, really great habitat? And they target it when they lay their burrows, and there's going to be a disproportionately high number there. Or is it yeah, that's a pretty low density. They're just kind of incidentally doing that. It's not a big impact. Well, that matters for how much mitigation is going to be charged. So I guess I get it. There's just, with species like this, we don't know the impacts yet, and we've got to do a better job of learning as we go, since these are, in many cases, the only actions taking place to either impact or do something that are documented in some way.
One of the unresolved items we had that came from the committee and DOFA was the need to add turbine strike research. How do the committees have any comments on that at this time? As far as, is this something that we'd like to recommend?
Sorry, just a quick point of clarification, Jason. When you're saying, is this something that we want to recommend? Are you saying we recommended these things before, we still recommend them, and please fix them? Or what's your question?
Yep, yes, here.
So I don't have any language in the slides that said you all recommended specifically turbine strike research. So I just want to clarify that. But I found the slide that says, or excuse me, the recommendation that says, I thought it says, monitor over time to see if losses are being made up by gains, determine frequency of losses you can't avoid. So DOFA's recommendation was the turbine strike research that came from our entomologist. So I was proposing that there, but I think Jason wants to check with the committee to see if that fits your recommendation on the left.
So yeah, I guess it was more of a DOFA recommendation, but it did come up in conversations with everybody.
Well, I want to clarify, DOFA does have a voting seat on the committee. So if DOFA is making a recommendation, that is a recommendation from the committee. So I don't think we should be making a false distinction there. But I think it was mostly the entomologist team that had mentioned that as a curiosity. We don't know the impact of it. I feel like from asking questions, it was an it was an area with really wide uncertainty bars compared to a truck driving over a burrow, which to me is a really clear impact. And so I would like to see it noted as something that could be looked into over time, particularly if there are more wind farms that coincide with rare populations of yellow-faced bees. But this is not the hill that I would die on.
You guys, since we just kind of went over the Yellowface B, would you like to continue to go through this comment matrix to see if we need to address anything else?
I think that would help us wrap up for the day. Thank you.
So regarding Nene, I think there was, the ESRC made a comment in August, on August 8th, commitment of landowner. And as far as I can see in the draft HCP, they do state like there is a commitment from Puahoku, but no kind of like documentation to support this. So I believe an MOU was discussed, shared as an appendix. There might be a reason why that wasn't included, but I don't know, Molly, if you can touch on that. If there's a reason why we weren't including why you weren't including an MOU between Puahoku Ranch and the Nene.
I think, I guess it would have to be discussed between all parties since it's like a legal document that we've all signed. I'm not sure on, I don't think we've discussed including the MOU. I think I added some language saying that they entered into an MOU on, you know, whatever date showing their commitment, but I hadn't included it as an appendix or talked to the ranch about that.
Yeah, I think currently, like you said, the language just says there's an MOU. So if the ESRC feels like that resolves their concern.
I don't think that was a concern that I had raised. I don't know if whoever raised that concern is here can speak to it.
If I recall correctly, it was unfortunately Michelle.
Oh, okay. I was like, was it Lisa? Okay, it was Michelle.
But I, you know, both ranches where we have Nene mitigation, you know, voluntarily entered into safe harbor agreements for those species and have been actively engaged. And then we have adaptive management in the HCP should those, should one of those facilities not become available to use as mitigation, like what happened at PE Holo for KWP2. I don't foresee that happening, but
so I
recognize the history of it.
I think, thank you for bringing up that was Michelle. I think I would depend heavily on DOFA to determine whether that concern was met, given that it was a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service concern, which put some weight on it, given the lengthy conversations that I know take place in the background. So if they bring something up in the meeting here, usually it's an ongoing concern based on past observations. So yeah, I would depend heavily on DOFA to determine whether that's been met or not, or what needs to be done about it.
From an HCP standpoint, I think our concern was just that the mitigation could be interrupted and that would delay mitigation. But I think, like Molly said, there's provisions that she added that implement like adaptive management if that were to occur. So I think from our side, that's the biggest concern. I don't know, Jason, if there's anything from larger DOFA side.
I think that's it. We'll see.
I think with US Fish, they have a different regulation behind like the license for the safe harbor goes with the landowner. Is that correct? As opposed to the land? And so that was like maybe part of Michelle's concern. I can't quite recall.
Well, I mean, just other projects too, they want to see that land commitment for them to be able to push forward a project like this. And like, that's not something that, you know, we want that land commitment, of course, but our landowner commitment, but it's not something that will not allow us to push forward an ITL, so. Hence the reason we don't have it highlighted.
And I didn't have a slide on this, but just because I like sharing good news every once in a while, we do have the first 4 goslings at Puahoku this year, which is really exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah, let's move on.
And so for Wa'u, again, that commitment of landowner, I think that one, I didn't see any commitment regarding Pulama Lanai outlined, no reference in the text, or there is a scope of work of a past, work that Pulam, or excuse me, KWP one has done with Pulama. But if this changes over to Alpine, then DOFA would enter into an MOU. So again, there would be evidence of an MOU, and that relationship with the landowner in KWP one. And then essentially the annual report requests are things in the future, like providing status report from site manager regarding the project. And then the parsing out the funding across mitigation projects, I don't think would be an issue if it was Alpine, because that would be the only mitigation project occurring at the site. I think this was because Pulama Lanai has potentially multiple sources of funding at that management site.
Yeah, I think that we can touch on this, Kinsley, with you maybe next week, but I believe that the current or the scope of work from the past spelled out like what the baseline productivity is with their existing funding, and then what the lift is with the additional funding is what was determined through monitoring. But let me, I can confirm that and add some text into the HCP regarding that.
And would this be an increase in reproductive success or an increase in sites? Because right now their reproductive success is about at biological max for that island.
I believe it was an increase in reproductive success. So this is, to clarify, the mitigation area we would be funding is not within their enclosure. So they added an enclosure, but there's still some burrows outside. And so in discussions with Pulama Lanai, they felt that funding for additional trapping would increase success.
Yeah.
At least the last time I discussed that.
Okay.
Oh, Molly, that does bring up, I think there was a concern from DOFA regarding if the birds outside then, because I think that's a good point of clarification. They're outside a fence, I guess like how adult survival would be, because we issue, to remind the ESRC, when we're doing seabird credits, it's based on adult survival and fledgling production. And so, yeah, I think we wouldn't be able to ensure their survival or safety if it's outside of fence.
So just background on Pulama Lanai, they achieved essentially the biological maximum for seabird reproductive success before the fence went in with their predator control. So I'd feel pretty confident that if they're doing it, that it would actually be fine. The one risk, though, is against a fence on the outside is where you concentrate predators. So they might actually be at a higher density there. But in general, their predator control was highly effective even before the fence went in.
Thank you. That's super helpful, because that was, I think our seabird biologist concerned. So thank you.
And that was, Kinsley, just to remind everyone that our past mitigation on Lanai was prior to fence construction. So yeah, like Lindsay said, they have a lot of experience with that, and perhaps it is an even better lift now if predators are concentrated outside of the nice fence.
And then I think the next seabird was A'o, and it was similar, just that annual status report. And, parsing out the funding across if there's multiple mitigation sites or projects involved at the site. And for A'o, Makamakole, currently there's no other mitigation occurring there, but could be in the future.
I need to make a note. I can add some text. I think we talked about this with Jay, maybe at the site visit, of just like that it would be easy to delineate because of where the existing artificial burrows are and the existing fence. He felt like it would be easy to parse out what our funding was providing. Do you recall this conversation, Kinsley?
Yes. So I think if you could provide maybe that context into the HCP.
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to Ake, that would be something that the agencies would have to be able to provide, because the NIFWIF would be something that the agencies would be vetting via proposals. And so I think that could be something that the agencies are informing the licensee, and then the licensees report on in their annual report.
Just a quick note, going back to AO, so Makamaka Ole, and this is very site-specific information, the newels, they do have nesting are about 2/3 female. So the reproductive output you're going to have coming out of that colony, even though you have a decent number of nesting pairs that are recruiting, is going to be much, much lower than if you had a equal gender balance on the site. So I would not base your calculations off of a normal male-female pair ratio. It's going to be about 1/3 of what you can expect based on the number of pairs. So I would make sure that your calculations line up with that assumption.
Thanks, Lindsley. The way we currently predicted like how long it would take us to reach successful mitigation there was based on the historic productivity of Newell's Shearwater at Makamaka Ole. So it is taking that unfortunate sex ratio into account. I think we had it, you know, it took us 7 years to get the initial 4 credits or whatever. So understood.
And then if we're okay to move on, I think actually going back to the August 8th meeting, we didn't go over the Hawaiian hoary bats yet. But I think that we kind of touch on these a lot during the discussion today, but you know, the furthering of the mitigation details, bringing it back before the ITL HCP approval. And I think Troy and Molly spoke to adding in more details for that. And then I think that the one I was, you know, wanted to touch base with the ESRC especially on was ESRC's previous requests to consistently use like the bat guidance plan related to all these mitigation plans. So yeah, I'm curious if the ESRC feels like this does align with the current bat guidance plan. And I think also the one that I kind of needed clarity from the ESRC was demonstrate the change in numbers, possibly try to identify density for bat. And maybe I think based on some of our conversations today, those were kind of stated as being unknowns in terms of being able to identify in terms of the mitigation.
Sorry, can you restate the question? I think
Oh, I guess, does the ESRC feel these two are resolved because they're kind of issues that can't really be resolved right now, I guess. I guess the identified take versus, sorry, this should be, I think, gains. So demonstrate the change in numbers, identify density for bats. This is maybe unresolvable at this point. And then this one, I guess, is more or less like, do you feel like it aligns with the current bat guidance plan? I was going to leave that up to the ESRC to say that was resolved or unresolved.
the bat guidance document has mitigation happening on the island that the take occurs on, yeah?
Yep.
I think recommended. I can't remember if the language says to explore first and then if not, but we can check on that unless you have the language right there, Karen.
I have the document here, but I don't have the yeah.
I think too, in regards to the density for bats, we've been kind of pushing for this. You can do it through thermal, you can't do it through acoustic. And I think we've been trying to kind of push for that in all of the new HCPs, because that is something that's possible. Just a quick question. The bat guidance document, what's the latest, when was the latest update to that? Because I know things keep kind of evolving.
I believe on our website we have the 2024 edited version posted, but I'll just double check that. Yeah, I think that's our most current version.
Okay. It might be useful for us to have, because it's come up again and again, and I think it would just be worth putting a line item on a future ESRC meeting for us to just decide whether that's something that we're standard including or not including for future HCPs. But I don't think we've settled on that, and we're missing enough committee members today that I don't know that we're able to draw a hard line on that without committee agreement. But we've been calling for folks to use thermal imaging to do density estimates moving forward.
Melissa, I'm not quite sure. I don't think that method is validated. I'm pretty sure it's not. Marcos Gorson has, I think, put out some proposals to try to validate that, but I don't.
In development.
There's a validation.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not wanting
so
to
I
draw
don't
any
think that
kind of hard
exists.
line on that today, but just say I think there's some discussion needed around it. And so it would be nice to have it as an item to discuss and kind of settle on what direction we want to go with it. If that's keeping an eye on Marcos's validation research or whatever, but just kind of it's to the extent possible, being able to resolve things that come up again and again and have a definitive decision on them will save us time in our meetings. So since it's a line item here, I just wanted to mention that. So thanks for mentioning that with Marcus's research.
Yeah, I would say it's not currently funded, right? So he's not working on it. Oh, but it's something that he's proposed. But as far as I know, there's no validation been done by anybody else for that.
And maybe just sorry, Melissa, maybe just an idea is like for a future meeting would be maybe just a presentation by, one of the kind of typical providers of that work, to just do kind of a state of the science on thermal monitoring, or I don't know, just to, get us all up to speed on where things are with that would be useful. So.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion. And I would just broaden it to say, what's the best available on density estimates? Getting at population numbers. And if we just kind of consider the methods available for that, because ultimately what we're trying to get at with density is getting to population numbers, because we don't even have those, which is just silly. So there's, I think, the bigger question of how do we get to population numbers? How do we get to density? So yeah, great suggestion.
And I think another big one that was unresolved was this was a recommendation from the ESRC, explore smart curtailment and higher wind speed cutoff as minimization measures. So yeah, I don't know if we want to touch on that. Currently in the recommendation slide that I have from today's discussion, it was added in August to the 6.5 cut-in speed usage. But I don't know if, DOFA, like Jason mentioned, DOFA's recommendation was 6.5 year round or implement smart curtailment, upon issuance. So I don't know what the resolution is there.
Maybe since it's DOFA's suggestion for the year round, what kind of difference in take are we talking about in that you're basing that off of as far as the difference it would make in take if it was implemented year round versus the 3 potentially highest months of the year? So
the data came from Molly from KWP, but I thought it was 1 point something bats that would be avoided take of, but I think Molly today you said something about less than 1 that would round to 1.
Yeah, so the number you're discussing was 6.5 blanket compared to 5.5 blanket, but 6.5 blanket compared to 6.5 smart curtailment is like 0.7 that difference, but that was not including August. So it would go down from that, Melissa, but I just don't have that number yet.
Yeah, so I think it's a values question of how much we value 0.5 to 0.7 of a bat. I'm struggling in that space today. I don't know.
And we wouldn't change the take request. We would keep it at 38, and even in that instance. So just for what that's worth.
broken record here, but yeah, continuing to look at minimization and maximizing minimization, especially when we are being asked to be considering off-island mitigation. It seems like there's and a plan that we don't know for on-island mitigation. So I think there's been some talk of like the mitigation like things that can be done now, and that's part of the justification for implementing mitigation off island, is because it's something that can be done now. I mean, low wind speed curtailment is also something that can be done now. And so I think further consideration of that is yeah, worthwhile.
And I'll make sure I pull up, Karen, later the recommendation side summarized. That notes that recommendation from you. I think the last couple are like the minimization for mitigation sites, and that was resolved. KWP is going to remove barbed wire at the site. I think that was one of the big minimization measures. A couple left that and then meeting with USGS bat biologists, that did occur. Although I think data doesn't necessarily exist regarding the Molokai population of bats and the genetic overlap between Maui and Molokai. And then this one I put resolve, but it was exhaust all options for mitigation on island uptake first. If no available options, consider expansion to Maui Nui. I think DOFA at this point is supportive of starting at Molokai and then going to, or knowing that they would still be mitigating on Maui. But we can also open that for ESRC when we pull up the recommendation slide. The last one the ESRC made was have all the carcasses sexed and submit these carcasses to Bishop. And I haven't seen that in the text in the HCP. I think, I don't know, KWP, if you can speak to that.
I was just doing a find because I'm positive that's in the HCP, but maybe it's not. So we are absolutely fine with adding that. I will add that to section 6.4.1.
And I think that just leaves us to the last two general recommendations from the October 24th meeting, which was to increase the search area, take wind direction into consideration, and adjust the search area accordingly, adjust the discovery rate. So if they're not going to adjust the search area, then to adjust the discovery rate accordingly. And then the mitigation on Maui, which is kind of a repeat of ones that we've discussed so far. So with that, we can pull up the recommendation slide, if that would make sense. I know we're kind of getting closer to 1 p.m.
Yeah,
Unless anyone has any other questions on these, but we just wanted to show you what has been recommended previously by the ESRC.
I guess I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. Are there recommendations that that came up today that aren't addressed in this list you already came up with?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You're proposing to go over now, right, Kinsley?
Yep. So
Okay.
I'll pull those up. So the first one is kind of a repeat of what continues to be said, maximizing minimization. So I don't know if that one needs to stay. The other one seemed like they were new to today. Or excuse me, the turbine strike data was not new to today.
No.
I think 3 and 4 are recommendations, but 1 and 2 are more like a documentation of our discussion, and they're not very specific, right? So I'm not sure. It's nice to have a record of the fact that we discussed it, but I don't know that it's specific enough for anyone to do something specific. It's just saying like, hey, can you think about how you might do this? So I just want to note that. Sorry, Karen, go ahead.
I guess for the first one, I mean, it's, yeah, it's like, I mean, it seems like August is a reasonable month to consider adding for the curtailment, since it's of the 3 high, you know, it looks like it's the 3rd highest for the fatalities, and then also for activity. But I mean, seems like considering additional months for the curtailment rate would also be in line with what, like, because DOFA's right. I mean, I think Jason, would your recommendation would be for a broader month. So should that, if that's going to be a broad ESRC thing, it should be seems like less specific than just August.
Would the word be consider, or what, Jason? What would you say?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something that we'd want them to consider. I would, yeah, I would say consider. I mean, it's, I don't think it's going to, it's like it's almost a whole bat. So, I mean, if we're seeing that through continued in the mitigation that's happening, and there's research into understanding that the mitigation is really making more bats, then I wouldn't have to recommend this, you know, and so I want to leave it up to a committee for a vote, you know, if that's something, but it, you know, with the unknowns, that's where I would want to consider a blanket curtailment throughout the whole year. If we had additional data that can support that it didn't need to happen, then I'd be comfortable saying that, you know, what they're proposing, it would be fine. And I mean, I think in the year to come or 2 years to come that we might be able to have that information. But we don't right now. And so I still kind of stick by the recommendation that we gave as a division. But I want to leave that up to a committee for, you know, if they, you know, for the approval of the recommendations.
Molly, would you be able to clarify too? Because now it seems like the numbers might be off. Is it in fact 1 bat that would be saved if you did a blanket curtailment, or could you
0.7.
expand that?
It's something less than 0.7 over the 20 and a half years.
Yeah, over 20 years, I think is the important part of that
statement. Yeah, it's like 0.03 bats per year or something.
Oh, I thought it actually was per year, so.
But it's 1 bat. But that was based on the acoustic data, is that right? Or is that based on?
Correct, that's based on acoustic data.
We don't know for certain, because what we learned today is the acoustic data might not.
So I don't know if Michael's still on or not, but I think what he may have been discussing, let me see if he is still on or not. There isn't a link between pre-construction acoustic activity and fatalities, but there is published literature that's cited in the HCP about post-construction acoustic activity linked to turbine exposure. And that's like the important piece that has to be connected, is that it has to be linked to when the turbines are spinning. And if the turbines are spinning and there's bad activity, it's correlated with fatalities. If the turbines are spinning and there's not bad activity, it's linked to no fatalities. But unfortunately, I didn't connect that earlier when Michael was talking and when he was still on the call. So, but those citations related to smart curtailment based on acoustic exposure are included in the HCP.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the smart curtailment is triggered, it would, yeah. I would feel more comfortable as an ESRC member okaying, what you guys have, so.
I apologize, I've got to hop off.
Shoot.
Yeah, I can hop back on at 1:30, but I do have to leave just for 30 minutes.
Can we just double check if we lose quorum or not?
We need for quorum right now.
Yeah, I think we will lose quorum for right now. We can break for lunch, guys, and come back at 1:30.
Thank you all. We'll talk to you then.
thank you for returning, everyone. We're just waiting for a few more people and we'll get going here.
We all want to see it.
It's about your animal.
Oh,
Asking.
we're watching. Is that a cat or a dog, Troy? We can't tell.
It won't leave me alone. It's a cat. It's Frankie.
Oh, so
One of
cute.
many. This is the time of day when Frankie comes and sits on my keyboard and causes me to stop work.
But only
So.
indoor cat.
Oh yeah, for sure. Only indoor cat. Yep. Yeah.
Frankie, so cute.
So I'm trying to minimize the distraction. Sorry.
Oh, I love it. I have 2 emotional therapy cats as well that come
Yeah.
through.
Several just outside of frame here. So yeah.
I think we're still waiting, right?
Yeah, we're still waiting on a few more. Give it a few more minutes.
While we're off the record, I guess there's not very many of the ESRC here. Oh, well. My last name did change. I got married earlier this year and the paperwork finally finished. So if you get an email from Danica Patel or see something with that name, it is still me. I'm the same Danica. But
Danica.
a few people have been confused. So
I was confused this morning. I saw your name and I just didn't even register. And I was like, where's Danica? And it's like,
Yeah.
she's right here. So
I'm sorry, that was also my fault because I wrote in the notes your former last name. So thank you, Danica, for making that announcement.
totally fine. But yeah, I should probably send an email to all the boards and commissions I advise. Like, hey, it's still me. Please respond.
Please let me in to the
Admit me.
meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Danica. Thank you, Danica, for being here. I don't even know if we let you introduce yourself.
Well,
this
yeah, I
morning.
didn't see her earlier and I didn't,
Yeah.
I was like, who's Patel? Like,
Okay.
who let this person in?
Yeah.
Do you want to introduce yourself, Danica?
Oh, no, it's okay. He introduced me before. Everyone knows who I am that's on this call. I don't think there's any strangers here. Maybe. I don't think I've met Madeline before. Hi, Madeline. But besides that, hello, everyone I already know.
Awesome. Well, everyone's back and so we can move forward from where we stopped and we'll get our recommendations slide. Okay, so
I think we're on number 2, right?
yeah.
So this was something I think Kavika said, include site-specific wind speed data for fatality modeling. But someone correct me if I'm wrong, if that was not a recommendation.
Yeah, that was a recommendation from earlier.
Wind speed and direction. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a recommendation.
Was that you, Karen?
I understand hearing that. So yeah, I think that's a recommendation, but I understand hearing from the applicants that not currently, not currently.
Feasible.
Yeah, but I don't expect that we're going to see that in the December version. It's something that I think we should continue to work towards.
That okay.
Do we have quorum? Is Melissa back on? Oh yeah, Melissa's here.
Yep, everybody's here. I still like to add a number 3 for the turbine strike research. Like, if we can get any information to address that, if it's happening or not, I think is really important, especially for this site, since the infrastructure is so close to one of the largest populations. And I mean, it's being done on the mainland. I think it's something that maybe we can recommend that there's some sort of research or some sort of implementation that can take a look at this. And if it's something that we can write off that it's just not happening, then I'd feel a little bit more comfortable, but I'd like to have that as a recommendation, turbine strike research.
For the yellow-faced bee?
For the yellow-faced bee.
Jason, I don't want to make assumptions. I'm going to ask just a dumb question that I'm happy for a quick answer to. How would you imagine using that information? Like, are you wanting just to know, are they hitting it? So you would do like a swab one-time test, or are you imagining that it would be used for monitoring? Like, how would you use a study like that?
You know, I was kind of thinking that because they're going to be decommissioning some of the turbines and they're going to have these blades on the ground, it's a perfect time to like sample and just see if this is happening. After that, I don't even know. You know, it's more of like, is it happening or is it not happening? I'd have to look in other literature to see how you know, the next steps they take after that, which is happening in other countries. But I think just having this opportunity as the blades are down, that yeah, they can scrape or swab and eDNA, whatever, we can find out, yeah, are they being affected by the wind turbines? If not, we know it's just this low elevation thing just above the ground. And, you know, we just have to, you know, worry about ground disturbance and that's it, right? So I'm just trying to like check the boxes.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think that helps everyone understand the scope that we're talking about here, that essentially this is the first HCP to ever include yellow-faced bees. It's an opportunity to check and see, okay, we can anticipate some obvious impacts, but let's check for other potential impacts, knowing that there may be other HCPs in the future that would include yellow-faced bees. So that makes sense. Thanks.
And so I'm sure everyone's read the recommendations. Are we okay with these recommendations? Do we want to add anything else, or I think I'm good with what we have on the screen at the moment. We can move to a vote if you guys.
Sorry, Jason. I'm not trying to make life harder for myself, but I guess going back to bat mitigation, is the recommendation there to just include a more detailed plan of how the mitigation plans for the island of Maui will be developed? And then keep the current plan for Molokai in the HCP?
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
And it's like a detailed plan for developing bat mitigation on Maui, correct? Sorry, yes. I don't know. I'm not trying to put words in ESRC's mouth. I just want to make sure that I have the right understanding of the discussion today as we go to finalize this.
would you guys be okay if we vote to approve the recommendations that we have here on the slide? And if I get someone that says, okay, then I can just do a vote real quick.
I'll propose that we move forward to approve the recommendations.
Second.
I approve. Karen, are you okay with what we have?
Yes.
Hit save. And you guys did get the email with the comment matrix that we were going over earlier?
No, I haven't
Oh,
emailed it yet.
You haven't emailed? Okay, I'm sorry.
I can email it now and post it online as well, if that feels,
I just email it to the different.
I have to post it online to the
Oh.
public as well, so I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
fine.
Or do we just want to leave it as we went over it in the meeting?
Hmm,
I'm fine with it.
it was meeting.
Not matter.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, what was that, Karen?
I said, I'm fine. I feel like I don't need a copy of it. I don't know if that matters if you guys are looking for input.
Okay, is anyone else in the committee would like a copy of the comments matrix that we were providing earlier?
I don't need a copy, but I'll just mention that it's helpful. I think that's a nice way to kind of speed up the turnaround time, and we've been asking for something like that that would help us understand continuity from meeting to meeting. So that was helpful.
Okay, well, we'll keep it in our file in case we need to reference it again. So I think we're moving on. I think we're at adjournment at this point. So I just want to double check that we have. Okay. Item 3, adjournment. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye and keep your hands raised.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you. It was a unanimous, so motion passes. The time now is 1:44. And I just wanted to put a huge thank you out to Molly and Troy and Jenny, Madeline, all you guys for being here. It really helps out, and also the member of the public that was here too, if they're still on. But ESRC members, really appreciate your time today. We can't do any of this without you. So just hang in there, and again, thank you all for your attendance today. And I'll call the meeting 1:44. We're adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody. See you
Yeah,
soon.
thanks
Appreciate it.
everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving. Aloha. Thank you all.